Well, I guess he's right. He's right.
Council will call this meeting to order. For the record, it is September 6, 2022 at 4:32 p.m. We'll begin this afternoon's work session with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Strader.
Here.
Councilman Burnt.
Here.
Councilwoman Perot.
Here.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilman Borton.
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here. First item up is adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
there are no changes, so I move that we adopt the agenda as published.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as published. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. First item up is the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
we approve the consent agenda as published for the mayor to sign and clerk to attest.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent agenda is agreed to. First item up is item 29, is a public hearing for the adoption of the proposed new public services solid waste fees. We'll open this public hearing. Do we have any staff comments for this item? I'm seeing that we have no staff comments for this item. Would Republic Services like to make any comments as we open up this public hearing? Okay, Mr. Neri, would you like to make any comments as we open up this public hearing?
So, yeah, Mr. Mayor, we had a prior discussion with the council. So the, what's on here has been noticed to the public. Just to recap for the public's sake from a summary, the increase that's being requested is consistent with the contract we have for services with Republic. The only additional change, and we've been doing this annually, is evaluating our recycling program and the cost of processing the recycling. The recycling collection is already part of the fees, and we've agreed over the last few years to share a portion of that cost of the recycling processing with Republic Services to maintain our recycling program as is. And the only other thing from the public's perspective, we had a conversation a year ago regarding a change that we made to the contract in regards to wages for their employees. The request by the council was to evaluate that on this year to see whether we leave it in. The recommendation and request from Republic and recommendation from the Solid Waste Advisory Commission was to leave it in. It is now based, the CPI is based on wages as well versus last year when it was not, when it was kind of out of whack in that time period. Now it is back in line with wages, and so Republic feels there's no need to have a separate MOU for that. If the council is comfortable with that, it'll just be part of our annual adjustment.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Neri. Council, any questions for Mr. Neri? Okay. This is a public hearing. Did we have anybody sign up in advance to provide testimony on this item? I'm looking at you, Jaime.
Mr. Mayor, no, we did not.
All right. This is a public hearing. If there's anybody online that would like to provide testimony, please use the raise your hand feature and we can bring you in. Or if there's anybody in the audience that'd like to provide testimony on this item, you'd like to come forward at this time to provide testimony. Seeing nobody wanting to come forward or online. Council, any comments, questions or otherwise, or motions to close the public hearing? Councilman Cavanagh.
Maybe a quick comment. It's rare we get everybody from Republic here, so welcome. Appreciate you guys joining us today. And well, this is not part of the action that's before us next. I just want to thank you guys and commending you for moving the entrance to the transfer station. That's a huge impact on Franklin Road and I think saves a lot of frustration for our motorists. So I know that took some extra action. I just want you to know it's noticed and appreciated. And unless anyone is jumping in to make a motion, I'll move that we close the public hearing on Republic Services solid waste fees or proposed fees for 2023.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed. Next item up is resolution 22-2342. Ask the clerk to read this resolution by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a resolution adopting the fiscal year 2023 rate schedule of solid waste fees collection services, authorizing the finance department to collect such fees and providing an effective date.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Appreciate the good work of staff and our Solid Waste Advisory Commission and of course, Public Services. I liked our conversation last spring and think this is an appropriate time. So, Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve resolution 22-2342 with suspension of rules.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve resolution 22-2342 under suspension of the rules. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the resolution is agreed to. Mr. Neri?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, if you could back up to that recycling process contract amendment, because that is an MOU, so it does need a motion and a second and a vote to approve.
Up in 29?
Yes, up at 29.
Okay, so we did the resolution appropriately. We just have one other thing to do from item 29.
Yes,
Okay,
thank you.
Councilman Cavanagh. That work for you, Mr. Neri?
Yes.
Okay, have a motion second to approve item 29. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strader,
Aye.
Burnt, Burrow,
Aye.
Cavanagh, Borton.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries. Item is agreed to. Thank you very much. Appreciate you all being here.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Board.
a little out of order, but just a little bit of context that a lot of times when there's not input, there's not public input, I just think it's a byproduct of good vetting done up front. Republic Services has been a fair partner with our community for years and years and years. And through good times and bad has put a fine point to the numbers to make sure it's fair for our community and And we've asked tough questions at times. So we appreciate the partnership. I think that nobody's here asking questions is a result of just a lot of good work done on the front end by your team. So thank you for the continued service. Appreciate it.
All right, then we will move on to item 31, which is our Park and Recreation Department 2022 Spotlight Movie Night Update. Renee?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I do have a presentation, which is really more just pictures, because I am an event coordinator, so. There we go. All right. Oops. Take me back. There we go. Okay. And the term "take me back," that's where I actually wanted to start it with all of you. If you could all come back with me to the beginning of the summer. I know it seems like so long ago, before the heat struck and when we were all very, very excited to start the series of movies in the park. You with me?
Yep.
All right.
Got it.
Well, of course, our very first movie, we had some unruly children, teens, youth. They were excited to come out, but they were a little too excited and they would not behave. So with that in mind, we were able to get some folks together in the mayor's conference room, which included park staff, police, and of course, chief of staff. We put our minds together and came up with a variety of new policies and procedures to protect the event. We wanted to go back to a family-friendly activity in which families could sit and watch without the disruption of loud and unruly children. And so with that teamwork, we were able to identify a variety of things that we needed to do. We increased our hired security from 4 persons to 10. Instead of them showing up when the movie started, which is really when the park generally closes, they showed up at 7 o'clock to help us put on wristbands, which was one of the other changes. Everybody who came into the movie night area was given a wristband, and anybody that was under 18 had their parents' phone number written on those wristbands. We required the wristbands, and then we changed the event flagging was the other really big piece. So we had some pennant flagging, and we changed that to a solid event fencing. So we had designated entrances and exits. And then along with that, we let the public know that if their kids were under 18, they were not, they had to accompany them to the movie. So anybody that was under 18 had to come with a parent. So I'm here to tell you how that worked. Any guesses? It was spectacular. Exactly. Thank you, Councilman. No, it really was a genuine, huge success. I think part of the changes that were most successful came because all of our social media really went viral. We let the families know, the parents know. We were picked up by KTVB. We were picked up by the Idaho Press. I know Maggie O'Mara mentioned it. I know we had over 15,000 views on our social media post and lots of comments. And one of the things that pleased me the most was that whenever there was a negative comment, the families spoke to each other about, yes, it really was that bad. And we really would like the city to stand up and do something. And so we were able to put all those pieces and parts in place, and it was wildly successful. In part, I do want to say it was successful because of our police team that was there. We can't do that without them. We had a variety of kids who did show up, either hadn't seen or were testing it out. And the police, our PD, engaged those families, engaged those kids, let them know why the rules were in place, and made sure that they, if they came back with a parent. We had a few parents who tried to come and sign in their kids, like, oh, hey, I'm going to sign it in. And our security team did an excellent job of explaining why the new rules were in place and that they were more than welcome to come in if they were going to stay with their kids. And with all of those things, it was a very quiet movie night. So it was a huge success. Wanted to talk just a little bit about the cost and how those varied from previous years. So going into the season, we had enough sponsorship to come out positive with a $775. That, of course, we leave a little bit of play in there for supplies and things that need to be replaced or redone, like signs. Instead, we came out a negative of $3,600. That was just for movie night expenses. So you will see that our what our boys or our Meridian PD support, that line is actually empty. I'm going to let John speak to that if he would.
Mayor and council, thanks for allowing us to talk about this, because for the police department, this was a great opportunity to work with the community. But our overtime costs to make sure that we had officers there and being able to support this event, our overtime cost itself was $5,196.
So it was a little more expensive, but it was a great event. Any questions?
Thank you, Renee. Councilman Cavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Renee, appreciate you, PD, just the whole Parks Department rallying together to continue to try and keep this event a success, at least for 22. Recognizing, we're barely into September. What is kind of the thought about where movie night goes from here? What discussions have occurred, and do you have a recommendation at this time, or is there a future presentation about what the future of movie night looks like?
Yeah, I don't have an actual presentation for you right now, but what we're tossing around is the idea of having 6 movie nights and then 6 outdoor concerts in Kleiner Park. Kleiner Park Live has been in the works since before COVID. And I know we'd really like to be able to offer the community more activities, do more things. The attendance at movie night is, the first one was our largest, and then it hovers around maybe 800. I'd love to be able to combine those into 6 nights and then offer some different activities for families in a different park.
Mr. Mayor Paul,
Councilman Cavanagh.
if that's the direction you follow, I assume the same model that you kind of was successful the later part of this year is what you would want to have as kind of the standard going into 23?
Absolutely. All of the changes that we made will be standard operating procedure. I can't imagine going backwards. While I wasn't sure that the wristbands were going to be well received, we were really amazed that families were thankful. They had no problem putting them on. Everybody really understood why we were making the changes. So those will be our standard operating procedures now. Yep.
Councilman Barton.
Question for Renee or John. Do you think these changes had the tweeners, the teenagers change their behavior and it improved, or did they stop showing up?
They quit showing up.
Okay.
And I think it's because we think parents finally understood that they were being disruptive and quit letting them come. That's what my crystal ball says.
If I might add to that a little bit, we did have a heavier police presence the first few nights after the reopening, just to make sure. We didn't know how that was going to be received. And realistically, we would have a few young people show up without parents, but quickly that got resolved. And so I think they quit showing up just because they knew it was going to be difficult to get in.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Barton.
you got some teenagers that are good. presume, right? Some 14-year-olds that aren't unruly.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
some are there, but
Yeah, and they came with a parent or guardian. Obviously, we had, if you came with your kids and their kids as friends, there just had to be an adult there responsible for the entire group. We did have one group of like 10 that came in that we all kind of were like, oh, that seems like a lot. But it was made clear that they were here to see the movie. They'd have to sit, and if we had to talk to them because they were disruptive, they would be asked to find another activity for that night. Yeah.
one other question, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borton.
As part of the work, these improvements that you're talking, which I think are fantastic, for next year to do things even better and different. Do you, you gather information from those attending the events somehow to see what types of things they'd like to see better or in addition to?
That is a great question. We get a lot of feedback from people who like it or don't like it. As far as, you know, what else they would like to see, I think that falls to some of our strategic planning and other tools. But that's a great idea to maybe implement something at the events. Yeah.
Council, any additional questions? Renee, I just want to say thank you. I know after that first weekend, it was hard and there were a lot of, you know, conversations about trying to keep this moving forward, and because it has been part of what has really defined, I think, a certain portion of Settlers Park and our park system, you know, for the last 15 years, and it's important. And if it's time to move on and change, let's have that conversation. I think, you know, like I said, we'd already talked a little bit about maybe this is one of those elements. But we appreciate the team, everyone getting together and making this last season work. We hate to cancel something that we already have in motion, but we understand if change is what we got to do, we will implement the change in the best way you all know how and works for the community.
And I would just say, now that it's a friendly, family-friendly, safe event, you know, those discussions have changed a little bit. So, yeah.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, next item up is item 32, City Council Housing Policy Discussion, Philosophy and Direction. I'm going to turn this over to Councilwoman Perot. I don't know if she's going to do it up here, if she's going to do it down at the podium.
Thank you very much. I did put together a basic slideshow to hopefully guide our discussion this evening. I emailed it to Chris. Chris, I don't know if you want to open it on your screen or if you can share the screen with me. I'm not sure how that will work.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Pearl, you may want to share your screen. I got an email with no attachment.
Oh, my bad. Is it easier? Which way is easier?
If you're comfortable sharing your screen, that works just fine.
I am. Okay. Can it be seen? Let's see. I'm not seeing the Zoom option that's allowing me to share. I'm down here and it's going to let. Thank you. Okay. I haven't done this often, so we'll see. Can make this work. Okay, so everybody can see this. So the first question, there's a series of about 4 questions and then follow-up questions that I'm hoping that we can answer tonight. The first one is just the broader question of, should the city of Meridian play a role in fulfilling the housing needs of our residents, and why or why not? I think there's a philosophical component to that question and a practical component to that question. So I just wanted to hear council's thoughts on that bigger picture decision of whether we have a housing policy for the city of Meridian.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I'm happy to maybe give some thoughts. I don't think it's a easy answer. When I think about housing, the biggest challenge to me is that we have limited resources. And the biggest drivers of the price of housing are completely outside of the city's control. So in the macroeconomic environment, supply and demand help determine the price of housing. And especially, I think, the interest rate environment set by the Federal Reserve through its indirectly through its banking policies. And so I think what I'm struggling with is I sort of look at, we've had a lack of affordable housing in the city, and that is a nationwide problem. It is not unique to our city. And it is a huge need. It's like an ocean of need. But the main drivers of the price of housing are not within the control of the city of Meridian. And so, that's one of the things that I think is just important to, as I ground myself in the discussion, is just keeping in mind that if we were to do something to try to fulfill housing needs, the impact, I think the scope of the impact we could have might be fairly limited on a citywide basis. And so that's just a comment I wanted to make as I've been thinking about this. That's something that I'm struggling with. Separately, like, to me, the most acute need is homelessness prevention because of the use of services. And like, if I were to triage the problem, because we've had a lot of discussions about it, to me, the most acute need is homelessness prevention. I see that as the #1 priority. And then past that, I think if there are things we can do on a citywide basis to encourage an offering of more housing affordability or a program, we can look at it, but I think we have to be realistic about the impact that we can have. So that's just kind of what I'm grappling with. I don't think, for me, I think in light of our resources that we have available, I don't believe it's possible for the city of Meridian, for example, to offer housing to every family that's in need within the city of Meridian. That's really hard. I just want to acknowledge that, though, because that's, something that's a big challenge. One more comment I just wanted to make generally, and then I'll be quiet so other people can chat. You've been looking at this issue for a long time. So if you have suggestions, I'm totally open to hearing them. Our housing market is arguably one of the most overpriced housing markets in the country at this time, depending on who you talk to. But in a rising interest rate environment, that should cause, hypothetically, the price of housing to eventually go down. So if interest rates keep going up, then the market may actually, we could head into a recession. We could head into a situation where the price of housing goes down. We have a new set of problems. I am very interested in tools that take advantage of the timing of our cycle in terms of where the market is. And so issues like the city acquiring land at really advantageous prices, if we think there is a use for them, things like that, that I think are appropriate for the timing of the cycle, I would be open to at that time. Those were my general thoughts on that one.
Thank you, Councilwoman Strader. We will touch on some of those options and possibilities over the next several months. So this is just a big picture discussion about, does the city feel there is a need at this time to serve our residents in this way? The economic factors that you mentioned, those will shift. And from a long-term standpoint, having a housing policy will hopefully guide us in our response to those shifts. So the idea of a policy would be that when we do have members of the public or private development come and make requests like we've seen this year, then we'll have a way to guide us to answer those requests instead of taking it on a case-by-case basis. Part of the reason why I had decided to start researching this and go down this road is that as I've read a variety of different reports regarding housing affordability, housing that is, roof over your head, but dilapidated, housing insecurity, there's a very significant need valley-wide, and there's a very significant need in Meridian. And I don't think that the requests that we received this year are going to slow down. So in my mind, because we are seeing it move in that direction, it would be wise for the city to put together some sort of guidelines for how we'll respond to those requests in the future, which is part of the reason why I asked for a work session this evening. And then in the next couple of slides, I'll show a timeline of what I hope to go through to get us to that point.
Councilman Borton, and I'm just letting Councilwoman Perot, so
Okay.
you guys can all
Okay.
address any comments directly to her.
Do you go to the next slide, or do you want more discussion on this?
Yeah, I'd like to hear thoughts on these items if anybody else has thoughts to share.
Yeah, so Councilwoman Strader's spot on, I think, in the variety of factors outside of our control which impact this. So it's never been something that's been within the control of local government to remedy, to put bluntly. Does the city, I guess to your first question, play a role in fulfilling housing needs? Certainly it does. I think it's more indirect in the manner in which we do long-term planning and anticipate what is now a little more diverse housing stock and different opportunities to find a way to reside in Meridian at different ages in your life, acknowledging that well-designed, thoughtful, creative, multi-family starting to play a role if the bar's high enough that you can have, and that's relatively new to our community, some ways to remain in our community at different age groups. In the manner in which we minimize the way we regulate and the efficiencies we create in our development community's ability to provide these unique housing opportunities, diverse opportunities. That's meaningful. It doesn't solve problems by any stretch, but it certainly plays a role in trying to encourage and assist someone to take the risk to bring this product to the market. So we've been here long enough. We've seen this community evolve rapidly to a large degree with what's available for housing. So I can put my glasses on to read this. That's my take on the play a role. Yes, but I think it is certainly, from my perspective, very limited for a lot of the reasons that were already described. But it's a role, and I think if there is some role, this idea of trying to do a more surgical, targeted, pointed, measurable housing retention is much higher on my list than anything else philosophically. Trying to assist our residents in some scenarios to retain and remain in Meridian philosophically is higher on the list. So those are my thoughts on the framework of the question.
Mr. Mayor. So for Councilwoman Perot, I'm really grateful that you've taken this opportunity to present and to help us understand more about the housing needs in the city of Meridian. I've always been in support of one-offs with regard to whether it's ARPA funds, whether it's CBDG, whether it's other forms of one-offs, where we're able to help the community in some way with housing needs. I think that's important. And this is the reason why one of the reasons why I'm excited to look at the rest of your slides, because I think that this discussion might be a hair premature. I'd like to see more about what you want to show us, but I think what I'm trying to wrap my arms around, hopefully we'll talk about this in, maybe some future slides, is what the city of Meridian, what municipalities in general can do ongoing regarding, the housing crisis. And I haven't seen a solution yet that I'm comfortable with, to be completely honest with you.
Councilmember, I like that you're seeking feedback from all of us. It's good. It's good preparation. We all got comments we've got to share. I feel like, I don't know how council feels. This presentation, just the subject of housing in general, feels a lot like, a bunch of pieces of a puzzle been poured out on a table and they said, city council, go put it together. There's some of us that are going to start on build a border. There's some of us that are going to start in the middle, find similar colors. We all have our own approach that we want to work to solve this. And so I appreciate the good comments from my colleagues. And I think the short answer to your question is yes, I think we do have a role. The bigger question is, what is that? I think Councilmember Strader hit the nail on the head, at least as a starting point, is that we don't want any of our residents to be homeless. I think that's something we would hopefully maybe all be able to kind of coalesce around. How do we solve that? Is it Meridian's job to solve a regional challenge? Is it Meridian's job to have a role at that table? What does the city council or the city of Meridian require of others who want to operate in our community to help to contribute to solve that problem? And I also think, with all due respect, I disagree. I think the city does have some control in this. The rate in which we process applications, if you're a developer, you're looking 12, 18, 24 months out, you're speculating, you're wondering what the market's going to be like. There's a significant amount of risk that our applicants take. And in order to mitigate that risk, it impacts the cost. So if there are things that we can also do internally to expedite that process, slow that or shorten that window to make so that the expectations are more consistent from the development community, I think that also can have an impact on costs. So I don't think you're going to get any concern from this council about that. We've got a role. The question is, what is that role? What is our job as the council? What is it our job as a council to hold ourselves internally? What is our job as a council to require of others? And what is the solutions with our limited resources? And there are so many levers you can pull. What are the levers that we as a body feel comfortable focusing on?
Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilman Cowner. That is a fantastic synopsis of what I have in mind. So these slides are not, I have no intention of presenting a solution this evening, because we have to decide if we're willing to play a part. And if we're not willing to play a part, then that cuts short my efforts to find solutions and present solutions. There's no reason for me to go and seek those solutions out if council isn't willing to decide whether they want to play a part, whether it's from changing city code, whether it's a financial part, whether it is a way for us to just have a role in helping with private development to meet those needs. If really the question is, do we want to have a part in this? And if we do, what do we want that to look like? Until we decide that, because I haven't heard a consensus on that yet in the conversations I've had, then there's no point in me presenting any solutions. So for this evening, this is just a series of questions to help understand where we as a council are and understand what we believe our role should be. And if we don't come to some sort of similar thinking about our role in housing in our community, but I don't know how we'll ever find consensus on any solution, whether it is code changes, a land trust, contributing to impact fees or waiving building or permit fees, until we decide that we want to play some role. Then we really have to come to an agreement on that first. And so this intention of this was just to go through a series of questions to bring out what all of us have maybe considered, but maybe we haven't said it out loud, because this is really the first time that we've had a discussion on this. And sort of non-negotiables. So if all of us said, hey, I think the city should have this involvement in housing, but I definitely wouldn't want to do this. Or this, we should have an involvement. This is the minimum I think we should do. These are the things that I'm hoping to have said this evening. So we'll move on to the next slide. Housing policy, affordable housing opportunities. This year, we received 2 significant requests to financially participate in affordable housing efforts by 2 local nonprofits. Not having the housing policy to guide the response to those requests made the process challenging for both the nonprofits and the city. The nonprofits didn't have a guide for what and how to make their requests, and the city did not have a guide in how our residents would like us to respond. So in the future, if we have these requests come before us, the entities that make those requests have really no idea what to expect when they come and discuss housing with the city of Meridian, because we don't have a policy that states we have a comprehensive plan and a strategic plan that say that we are committed to encouraging workforce housing, but we don't have any guidelines that says if you were to come and engage us in a public-private partnership, how we might respond. So is it time? Future similar requests are likely to be given in the years to come with the rising costs of rents, population growth, and relatively low area incomes. As Councilwoman Strader mentioned, we are considered one of the most unaffordable housing markets. It's not so much because our cost of housing is higher than other markets. It's because our incomes don't keep up with that. So obviously there's other metropolitan areas in our country that have much higher housing costs than we do. We just don't have the incomes to. So that's a whole other element of housing that we're not even going to have a discussion about. As far as the timeline, this evening we're having just a discussion about whether the city wants to continue to pursue efforts to discuss the role that we can play in affordable housing, hoping to have some details about preparation in regard to what extent we would get involved. So this is just a discussion. Do we want to get involved? Don't we? Do we want to create a policy? Do we want to possibly have a budget line item in FY23? Big picture questions. Late October, early November, I would like to have a further, if the answer is yes to these questions, I'd like to have a further discussion about what types of housing options we would consider. Do we want to focus on a particular income group? Do we want to focus on emergency needs, homelessness? Do we want to focus on housing projects that might be coming into the area? What kind of participation would we have? So that would be the second discussion. Third discussion would be potential draft policies by the end of this year, and then planning efforts. So we would look more at sort of I don't want to call it a housing program, because it's not like what Boise's doing, where we're actually stating this is how many families we intend to help, but it would just be some guidelines based on the decisions that we make about what area of housing that we feel comfortable investing in. And then policy implementation. So that would be a final written policy that we would review and decide to implement or not. And then decide after all this is done by the middle of next spring towards the budget season, if we decide that there would be an opportunity to provide any kind of budgetary commitment. And I would not ask that question until we got, significantly into whether there are actual ways that we can move the needle in this process, such that it would drive us to be able to contribute financially. And I'm not talking about specific projects. I'm just saying, do we set aside a budget line item for the area that we decide we want to consider investing in? Next slide is what are council's thoughts on having a budget line item for 23? I don't have a particular amount in mind. After seeing the decisions that we made this year, we know that there's more of those to come. If we had a policy that all of council agreed upon, would there be an interest in having a budget line item, or is there a belief that the city is not in a position to do that at this time?
Mr. Mayor? Oh, well.
Councilman
Councilwoman
Borton.
Perot. Sorry, I can't not go through you. You're running it. I don't know, I guess is my answer. I'm pretty data-driven in how I understand first and then decide policy second. I don't know if I understand yet. So a lot of these questions might be maybe. I just don't know. So one of the premises of the discussion is that there's a measurable problem that local government can solve. So I think that's some of the data that you might have, and you might have dug into the details. But if I were to say hypothetically, there's no housing problem in Meridian, there's nothing we could do to have any real impact at all, and there's no data to support that we could do anything. That's how I would challenge the original premise, to see probably a lot of the good work, and maybe that's coming up in some slides or some discussion, that you can help educate us, because whether or not these are solution-based questions that all assume there's a problem that's solvable. And that's where I'm behind the curve a little bit. I don't have the data that makes me think, oh, there is something local government that's measurable, that can be done, that provides a real impact. On that original response about there's 27 variables that impact the price of housing. We play a role in a couple of them, but the vast majority we don't. With that framework, I struggle to find, and it would look for the data that would help me know whether or not we'd want to get involved at all. Because I could see a path where the answer may candidly be no, other than certain limited areas like we do now. But maybe there's some data that I'm missing. So.
Thank you for that. So as far as data goes, there are some market studies that have been done by private development. There are some elementary sets of data from housing and urban development that are 2 or 3 years old, which that's just how they run. They're 2 years old. And so there are pieces of data, but there is not a set study that I could bring to you that says this is exactly what's going on in Meridian. And I had hoped to do that. But it'd be something that the council will obviously have to approve. And in my conversations with our CDBG director, there are funds in the this year, administrative funds that could cover the cost of a housing study. If council said we don't feel comfortable making any decisions until we truly understand the need, I agree with that. And that's the direction I would like to go. But that's something, again, council would have to say, this is something that we want to discuss, is we want to move forward with looking at our housing needs and decide if we wanted to move the needle on it or not. And so you're right, it becomes this chicken and an egg thing. Do we do a study for need and then say, we don't think the need's there? Or do we do a study for need and say, okay, the need's there. We still don't think that as a philosophy, the cities have a responsibility to provide housing. So yeah, exactly. If you're grappling with it, there's a good reason why, because it's very much that circular situation.
So to just close a loop on that, one example of a data point, which to me is really interesting, and it came from Jesse Tree discussions and data they have, but to the narrow window of Meridian residents, whether in a home or an apartment, who reside here with school-age children who are facing eviction or foreclosure or losing their property, that's a known number. And that's an example of a data point I'd like to know more about, right? Is it 10 or is it 1,200? Because that's something that perhaps local government can address, whether it's through Jesse Tree or some other program. But that's an example of something that is tracked, and it's very local, and it's not a national study. I think you can get studies on a national perspective that say anything you want, especially on this topic. So some of the more finite micro data sets are of interest. I think school-age children and seniors, circuit breaker, veterans, some segments of our community that we might be able to put a focused attention on. You can create some measurable, real
Councilwoman Perot. Maybe some more feedback. Things I'm open to discussing, funding in a future budget are homelessness prevention. I think that's and I think there's a fiscal rationale behind that, because every person that we keep from homelessness, we're saving our area and services ultimately, even if it's another taxing district. The retain and remain discussions about like circuit breaker, for example, I'm open to having those discussions. My concerns are demographic in nature. So if a larger and larger segment of our population becomes of a certain age range, I don't think that circuit breaker is viable. So I have concerns about that, but that's something I'm open to having that discussion with a lot of like thoughtful study and looking at a lot of data and projections. I'm open to non-financial incentives. You know, for example, Caleb had provided a spreadsheet with a number of options. I'm open to Meridian creating an attainable housing program where we do a combination of reduced setbacks, maybe density bonuses, things like that in combination for a developer setting aside a portion, like 10% of their units as more affordable. But I will say I'm highly skeptical. And part of the reason I'm skeptical, even I loved Councilman Kavaner's point about, you know, shortening the window, making things easier. Anything we can do like that is helpful, but just like one vignette, think about the last 2 years. How many Class A apartment projects have we seen? Probably 95%. They're all highly amenitized, beautiful. They're to Meridian standards, right? And how many Class B or Class C apartment projects have we seen? And how many do we want to see? So that's why I think we have to be extremely thoughtful about how to go about those incentives. But a program that tried to use more non-financial incentives, that was a combination of things we thought would move the needle. You know, I'm open to that. That's not so much of a budget allocation, but it is indirectly if we're not taking in some of the same fees that we normally would. But, you know, like if you were to do a housing study and the housing study were to come back, and I'm sure it would, and it would show we have a huge need for more affordable housing. I don't think it solves my fundamental philosophical concern, which is even if the city of Meridian allocated its entire 3% property tax increase toward solving that problem, I think the amount that we could impact that market is negligible. And so that's my biggest worry. It doesn't mean we shouldn't try to do things like that are within our control. You know, again, maybe with the incentives in a package of attainable housing, try to get more developers to do it and answer that. But that's why I have a philosophical disagreement with Boise's, you know, approach to directly funding more affordable housing projects, because I don't think that it's an effective approach for a local government to solving the problem at the end of the day.
Thank you. Councilwoman Strader, I want to make sure I am hearing you correctly. What I'm hearing is if we can't solve the whole problem, we shouldn't solve a portion of it. Am I understanding that correctly? Because that's how I'm perceiving that. And so I feel like if we can solve, you know, any portion of it, we're farther along than we were not doing anything.
Oh, I don't think it's not that it's not a worthwhile goal. It's just that I think you have to have the humility to understand the scope of what you can impact as a governmental entity in this situation. I think that we have to have that as a grounding in what we're doing. I just gave you 3 examples of things that I think are worthwhile tools to solve the problem. So I personally am supportive of putting direct budget funds toward homelessness prevention, talking about circuit breaker, and then talking about an attainable housing program with a combination of non-financial incentives through the planning department, and I would hope led by the mayor's office. Because that's where I think this really, we need some leadership, I think, in combination with planning to do a program like that. I'm not saying it's not worth doing anything. I'm just saying I think it's incredibly important that we have the humility to understand the scope of the problem and what we're actually capable of doing.
Councilmember Pro. I want to dovetail a little bit because I just want to share a touch on something I guess is probably where I'm at. Recognizing council has been really receptive to organization comes and makes a request, and we're open to that conversation. To Councilmember Borton's point, it may be a no, but having a good understanding about if any dollar amount, what that achieves, and is $250,000? Is that a fraction of a drop in the bucket? And really, we need to be talking about $2.5 million or $25 million or $250 million. What is that amount? The piece that I really would encourage us, if we're going to continue this conversation over the next couple of months, is really coalescing around one thing, a crawl before we walk approach. And so if it is, our affordable housing is going to focus first on ensuring that Meridian residents aren't homeless. Or maybe it's keeping Meridian aged families with families and kids in their homes. Or moving Meridian renters to Meridian owners. Whatever it is, I think that starting with at least a thing that we can coalesce around and then identify this is the budget needed to impact whatever change that we have agreed on. So the other piece that I think is really, really important that to me, I think we should be discussing sooner rather than later is our philosophy going to be external organizations? So organization X comes to us and asks for money because they can do it. And we fund it on a onesie, twosie, a request basis. Or do we build a program? And is that program staff led that builds that plan for us? I could go either way. I get a little reluctant on building out a large staff platform where those resources could be better used to providing direct housing. But I also think that if we are wanting to build a plan, that plan can't solely rely on outside organizations coming to us on an annual basis or on an ad hoc basis, asking for funding for particular projects.
Thank you. So as I set out on this path, my intention was not for the city to create a housing department or to staff a way to distribute city dollars. That was not at all what I had in mind. I don't think that that's something that our residents would at this time be supportive of. And that's not at all what I'm proposing. So just to answer that question, Councilman Kavner, we're the second biggest city in the state, and we have nothing in our policies that discuss what's happening with housing in our community. So whether we do a financial, whether we do a budget allocation, financial contributions of any kind, that is a question, but I don't want to answer that question before. Do we think it's necessary for us to have a policy that guides how we handle housing outside of our comprehensive plan and strategic plan so that we can help respond to the needs of our community if requested? That's the number one thing. I mean, obviously it was brought to us this year and kind of fumbled around with it a little bit because we didn't have anything that guides us. And so I want at minimum a skeleton framework of something that guides us in how our city responds to housing concerns and requests. That's the number one thing. The number two thing is, how far do we go with that? Do we proactively start to seek out opportunities? If I'm hearing everything correctly, there's not as much of a desire to proactively seek out opportunities as there is to perhaps find to find out what the established need is, and then see what things that we can do first that are non-financial, and then move on to deciding if there are areas of housing needs that we would want to meet, whether we start with the homelessness factor, whether we whether we set aside a budget for any affordable housing requests that would come forward, like we've seen this year, to do what we did with the ARPA funds, but be able to consider doing that with general fund dollars. Those are the kind of things that we as a council need to decide. Now, if council, I don't think it is worth our time to come up with a whole bunch of solutions if we haven't decided that we need to solve the problem or a portion of the problem. So that's again where I wanted this discussion to go, and are there opportunities that we would consider addressing? Do we think that that the city should involve itself in that in some capacity? So if the answer is it depends on the type of project. Well, we all have different depends. I might think that for me, homelessness prevention isn't my priority in this, but if it's other council members' priority, I want to have that discussion. I want to know. I don't know that we can really determine that unless we know exactly what our needs are, to Councilman Borton's point. But then council needs to decide, do we want to go about formally figuring that information out, or do we want to seek out our community partners to share that information with us? I've already sought out a lot of that information. I don't have it in a finalized format yet. A lot of the information is a couple of years old. Is that okay? Is it okay to have 2-year-old information for us to make a decision next year? So I need guidance from my fellow council to go down this path. And I haven't, that's the point of this conversation. So I knew that we would likely need to have more than one discussion. This is just really a presentation to get us thinking, and want to hear some more detailed feedback on what direction we think we would go. And there are some generalities and there are some specifics. So just 2 more quick slides. In order to, we talked a little bit about the chart that our planning department put together and was presented in April. I have been working with our planning department on the specifics of that chart. We've gone through each individual item. Planning is taking some of those proposals, density bonuses, for example, doing some more research and hoping to do a presentation for us about mid-October. And so we've already gone down the road of looking at what the non-financial opportunities are for code changes, for possibly easing up some of the restrictions for a qualified project. That's part of what's in that chart, is a qualified project. So we discussed, well, what does that mean? Do we base our qualifications for a project on the HUD categories, which are defined here? Do we create our own categories for the city of Meridian? The HUD categories are great because they're standardized, they're used all over the country. The AMI that's determined is specific to Ada County, but it is not specific to the city of Meridian. Do we need to do more research and figure out Meridian's numbers versus just Ada County's numbers? So that's the next thing that we'll want to figure out. We really cannot even go down the road of making code changes or looking into the idea of working with our private developer community members unless we decide what a qualified project looks like. So be thinking about what you think a qualified project would be if it's based on HUD categories. Do we look at that the same in the city of Meridian, and why or why not? And then just very quickly, the last slide I have in here is just a couple of quotes from our comprehensive and strategic plans. In my opinion, we have not made workforce and affordable housing a high priority, yet our comprehensive and strategic plans say that we will. So that's where I feel like this discussion was timely and warranted.
Councilwoman Perot. Just some feedback, I think it's any policy, I think, should come from a set of shared principles. So that's my suggestion for you, is take a stab at maybe 5 shared principles you think most of council shares about housing, and maybe present those. And if it's things from the comprehensive plan, like opportunities for housing should be available for all income groups, that's a principle, right? Things like that. I think if you started with principles, then maybe you could get some consensus. I just think it's hard to say we need a policy. I don't know if we all agree on the principles that a policy would be based on. I don't know. I'm just trying to be helpful. I think you have to start there before we could even talk about 120% of AMI. Is that what we're going for, right? Like, I think it's got to, and maybe, and some of the principles that I heard today, I think some people on council think that there is a real value in trying to prevent homelessness to some extent. I heard that a lot of council shares a belief that it's important to try to help Meridian residents stay in Meridian. Things like that. I think if you sort of started with things you think there's some consensus on, maybe that would lead us to some policy recommendations. I don't know. It's a big topic, and I really admire you for trying to tackle it because it's an incredibly thorny and very complex topic.
Definitely. It was a struggle to even come up with categories to discuss today because it's just so massive. And I know I'm asking a lot of open-ended questions. But because it is such, as I mentioned before, because it is such a massive topic, getting some consensus on whether council believes that there is a need to pursue our role in housing in our community is really where I have to start, or it's not worth going through all of that effort to make that determination. If I spend significant amount of time putting together options and then we kind of come back around and say, well, we just don't think it's the right time to do this for our city, it just won't be it won't be an effort that's beneficial to any of us or our residents. So that's really what I am hoping to get some feedback on. And of course, this is going to be a continuing conversation. So I know we're not going to have an answer for everything this evening, but this is going to feel messy, right? Because it's a big topic, but also because it's the first time we've really discussed this on the dais and there aren't obvious answers. And my hope and goal is to get there. And I realize that it's going to take a significant amount of time investment and effort, and I want to do that. So if you have, as Councilman Borton requested, I'm happy to go out and find an additional piece of information and gather those, put them together in a way that's palpable and brief. I can do that. If there's any other requests that you have from me about what you need to make these decisions, I'm very much happy to pursue those things.
Councilman Pro, I would just like to echo what Councilman Burnt said. For me, it would be awesome if you could take your months of hard work and present what you think you've heard, found, to try to get people up to I'm not gonna say a level where you are, but a 50%, a 30%. And then when we hear questions, maybe those are the areas where you can bring in that outside people to help educate. I think that's an important part of this conversation is the education part for everyone in order to make sound policy decisions or find those areas where there's really an identified need. So that's me. I'm here to learn. I'm here to listen to what council has to say on the topic. And while I appreciate everyone's viewpoints, I'd like, as Councilman Burns said, I think viewpoints based upon some data, as also was mentioned by Councilman Morton, will help that. And I'm sure you've got so much in your head from all your conversations. How do you synthesize that down? Again, it might be a messy presentation, but I would love to hear what you think you've learned, what you've heard from the partners you've discussed, to at least see what that means.
One more question. So the Andrist Institute of Public Policy at Boise State University put together a housing assessment for the city of Boise as part of their graduate program projects. And I'd love to see something like that happen for the city of Meridian. I'm going to engage the professors that were involved in that for Idaho Policy Institute and the Public Policy Institute at BSU. I don't know if they'll be willing to help us in that regard, but I would really like to pursue that if council wants to take this conversation further, because the basis that they gave to the city of Boise was exceptionally helpful. So for example, as Councilman Strader mentioned, what they were able to do is they were able to calculate what tax dollars were saved by the city of Boise for services provided to someone who's homeless or housing insecure. And it's something like $52,000 a year in services are being provided by fire and police to individuals that were lacking housing. And so they calculated in above $1 million in savings in 1 year. And so they kind of did that offset of, well, here's what we invested, but here's what we saved. That's what BSU was willing to do for the city. Don't know if it's something they're willing to do for us, but I'm happy to ask.
So Councilman Pro, from where we are today, as we wrap up, do you feel like you've got enough feedback to consider next steps or to one off with council members to help determine next steps?
Yes, absolutely. I'm happy to follow up with everyone and have some additional conversations. And I've already discussed a possible date for our next conversation on the dais, but that will really depend on kind of how far we get with what information that I can gather and present. So.
Council, anything else at this point in time? Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. Council, we've reached the end of our agenda. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Councilman Borton. Have a motion to adjourn. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned. Council will call the meeting to order. For the record, it is September 6, 2022 at 6:02 PM. We will begin tonight's city council regular meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilwoman Strainer,
Here.
Councilman Burnt,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Burrow,
Here.
Councilman Cavanagh, Councilman Borton,
Here.
Mayor Simmons.
Here. Next up is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you would all please rise and join us in the pledge.
To the flag of the United
Our next item is the community invocation, which tonight will be given by Christopher Ellis of Capital Church. If you would all please join us in the community invocation or take this as a moment of silence and reflection. Mr. Ellis.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Sims, council members, if you could join me in the invocation. Dear Lord, we just come and we just spend a little bit of time just looking at the beauty of the environment that you've created around us. Lord, we just marvel in not only the heat wave that we have, but in all the beauty of the mountain ranges, the rivers, and everything that you've provided to the great state of Idaho. And Lord, I just take this time to recognize your authority, Lord, as all authority is given by you. So we just focus on you, and we thank you for the authority given to this council and to the mayor, and to be able to guide in this community into a bright and prosperous future. And Lord, we just lift you up, and we thank you for this time. And we pray that wisdom would just be given to everyone. And Lord, I pray that you would continue to guide and direct all of us. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next time up is adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
item 10 on the agenda will be removed. That's the only change. There's going to be a couple of continuances. when we get into the public hearing. So with the removal of item 10, I move that we adopt the amended agenda.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to adopt the amended agenda. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted as amended. Mr. Rick, we have anyone signed up under public forum?
Mr. Mayor, we do. First is, the only person signed up for public forum is Kevin Johnson.
Yeah.
Come up to the podium, Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, do we need the address? I don't think we need the address, do we, for any purpose?
No, believe so.
You're recognized for 3 minutes.
I'd just like to talk about maybe where I'm coming from. And I can give you a reference right now. We just said the Pledge of Allegiance. And there was a line in there, one nation under God. My father was directly responsible for putting that in under Dwight D. Eisenhower. And my dad was head of the VA in Washington, D.C. He served on the Civil Rights Commission with Martin Luther King. And I'd just like to honor him a little bit, or you know where I'm coming from. I wanted to talk about the housing and just how much there is a need. And I think it is a responsibility of the community to try to prevent housing or try to provide housing. And I'm really having a hard time getting housing right now with the service dog. And I want to tell you how many veterans are trying to get housing. I know 3 veterans that have committed suicide under this problem. It's a real need. I got put into some housing here in Meridian. I just don't know how a home like that could ever be rented. It was so filthy, dirty, violations everywhere. I just wanted to let you know there is a real problem with housing here. And I'm refusing to take this house that was given to me to live in because it was so filthy and dirty and violent. I've talked to plumbing inspectors and other people, and it just really is a problem in this community to find housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you providing that perspective. So with that, council, we'll move into our action items this evening. First item up is item 1, a public hearing for ordinance number 22-1992. Approval of the proposed fiscal year 2022 amended budget. We'll open this public hearing with comments from Mr. Purser.
Mayor, council. I have a riveting PowerPoint for you guys. I know you're excited. I'm here today to talk about the FY22 budget, the final FY22 budget. The agenda is really simple. Not asking for anything really new. This is really our formal process where we inform the state and our citizens where we ended up with the FY22 budget. So this is the finalized budget. We ended up at $194,955,456. In the coming slides, I'll break down by fund, what that is. And it's really the result of the last 10 months of different budget amendments as the departments came to you requesting additional funding for like a fire station or fire truck or whatnot. But so we'll go through that. Looking for your approval of the FY22 amended budget, and then we'll come to you with a finalized budget ordinance for your approval. So looking at the final amount, as I mentioned, it's about $194.9 million. We a year ago began with a budget of 185.2 rounding million dollars. That's a 5.27% increase over what was originally approved. You can see the majority of that was with our capital. I'll break down exactly what that is. So beginning point last year was at 185.1. We ended with $194.9 million budget. When we look at that, that's made up of about 37 budget amendments totaling $9.7 million. You can see that was really made up in our governmental funds, and our capital improvement funds made up the difference there. As you can see, governmental funds was increased by 6.3 million, or about 6.16%. Government capital improvement funds, a little over $5 million, or 51%. I'll go into some more detail. Our enterprise fund overall was down versus what was originally approved by 1.57 million. So beginning with our governmental funds, we began the year at 102.3 million. We ended with $108.6 million finalized budget, up 6.16%. You can see the majority of that is in capital. We were down on carry forward. So what makes that up, that amount? That makes up about 29 budget amendments, made up the $6.3 million. The top 4 amendments that we saw affecting the governmental funds were the Lakeview Golf Course capital improvements. The ladder truck that we originally had in 23 but moved into 22. Were awarded $1.8 million in various grants, and we received $1.5 million in funding from award for the golf course and pool funding. So high level, the governmental funds increased by $6.3 million. Those are the top 4, by far the largest increases there. Our capital improvement budget, that was up 51%. Reason for that was due to the North Precinct, Fire Station 7 and 8. There's budget amendments to increase funding for those projects. The total funding increased 5.3 million overall with everything involved. The largest contributing factor were those 3 projects for the capital improvement. Now, our enterprise fund, we began last year at $73 million, and we ended at 71.4. We reduced the budget. A lot of that was due to our carry forward and the way we handle carry forward. So carry forwards are simply projects from prior years that we carry forward in the next year. When we adjust that, that's what reduced our budget down. As you can see, 15% for the enterprise fund. So this is very high level, but it gives you an idea of over the last 10 months, what has been approved, what is the impact of the budget amendments, what were they, and what were the amounts associated with those things. As you can see, here's a breakdown of our enterprise fund. Overall, we were down 1.5 million. However, you can see between the carry forward and we had several different budget amendments. You can see how that played out between having the well, water line extensions, and a biosolids truck offsetting the overall adjustment for the carry forward. With that, I guess next steps, need your approval for the FY22 finalized budget. Total amount for that needs to be $194,955,456. With your approval, we will come back with a ordinance for you to review and approve to make that official. With that, do I have any questions? Any meeting, council or mayor?
Thank you, Brad. Council, any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is a public hearing. Mr. Clerk, do we have anybody signed up to provide testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor, nobody signed up in advance.
Okay, well, if there's anybody here that'd like to provide testimony on last year's budget, as we worked and finalize this process, feel free to come forward or use the raise your hand feature on Zoom, and we're happy to give you your opportunity to speak on the budget from last year or the big year we're in. Seeing no one coming forward at this time, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borden.
move we close the public hearing on the proposed fiscal year 2022 amended budget.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Gentlemen, anything else that you would like to discuss on that? Okay. We look forward to seeing that back in the near future. Okay. All right, next item up is item 2, public hearing for Overland Wells 2, H 2022-0030. We will open this public hearing with staff comments.
All right, give me just a minute here, Mr. Mayor. All righty, the first development application for you tonight is a request for a preliminary plat time extension. This site consists of 6.12 acres of land zoned R15 and CN, generally located on the south side of East Amity Road, a quarter-mile east of South Eagle Road. The preliminary plat was approved back in 2016. The first phase final plat was signed by the city engineer and recorded in 2018. A 2-year time extension was approved by the director in 2020 and expired on August 29th, 2022. Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Mayor. Oh, thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
It's just fast forwarding right away. Yeah, the item number 2, Overland and Wells, the applicant is requesting continuance to October 25th, in order to have adequate time to consider the comments from the commission hearing and evaluate the project design as it relates to open space and traffic prior to the council hearing. It's been a Monday for me all the way around since I woke up this morning, so apologies.
Technically, this is Monday-ish.
It is, man.
Okay, thank you. Council, any questions for Sonia on item 2, the Overland Wells time extension or continuance? Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone sign up the one to provide testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we did not have a sign-up sheet for it since we did not plan for the applicant to be here.
Okay, and this is requested to continue till October 25th, 2022. Is there anybody that was here for this item that cannot be here on that date that would like to make any comments regarding this public hearing? Seeing no one, do I have a motion to continue this item? Councilman Burt.
It's on, I'm sorry. I move that we continue item number 2, item H-2022-0030 to October 25th, 2022.
Have a motion, a second to continue this item. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the item is continued. Next up is item 3, public hearing for Hill Century Farms Commercial Subdivision number 2, TECC-2022-002. We'll open this public hearing with staff comments.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, as I was saying, this is a preliminary plat time extension. This site consists of 6.12 acres of land. It's zoned R15 and CN, generally located on the south side of East Amity Road, quarter-mile east of South Eagle Road. The preliminary plat was approved in 2016. The first phase final plat was signed by the city engineer and recorded in 2018. A 2-year time extension was approved by the director in 2020 and expired on August 29th, 2022. The time extension was requested prior to the expiration date as required. The comprehensive plan future land use map designation is mixed use neighborhood. The applicant is requesting a 1-year time extension on the preliminary plat in order to obtain the city engineer's signature on the final plat for the second phase of development, which consists of 4 building lots on 2.79 acres of land. The applicant won't be able to get the plat signed by the city engineer within the required time frame due to delays pertaining to market conditions. The applicant plans to complete the subdivision improvements in the next phase in the fall of this year. Approval of the subject time extension will allow the applicant to obtain the city engineer's signature on a final plat for the second phase of development and proceed with development of the property. If city council does not approve the requested time extension, the preliminary plat will expire and a new preliminary plat will be required for the remaining area that has not yet been subdivided. With all extensions, the director or council may require the final plat to comply with the current provisions of this title. Staff is not recommending any additional conditions of approval with this extension. Written testimony was received from David Palumbo, request for Amity Road between Cloverdale and Eagle to be expanded prior to any further development occurring on Amity between Cloverdale and Meridian roads. His full letter is in the public comments section in the public record. Staff is recommending approval of the requested time extension to expire on August 29th, 2023. Staff will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Sonia. Council, any questions for staff? Okay, is the applicant here?
Evening, Mayor, members of the council. Josh Beach with Brighton Development, 2929 West Navigator Drive, Suite 400 in Meridian. I don't have a lot to add, so if you have any specific questions for me, I'd be happy to answer those. We are, as Sonia mentioned, at most a couple months away from having this plat recorded. It's been under construction and we don't have much left to do, honestly. So, because I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'll just sit down.
Thank you, Josh, and nice to see you. Council, any questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you. Mr. Clerk, we have anyone sent to provide testimony?
Mr. Mayor, we did not.
Okay, well, if there's anybody present that would like to provide testimony on this item, if you'd like to come forward at this time, or if you're online, use the raise your hand feature on Zoom. Seeing no one coming forward or no one raising their hand, would the applicant like to make any final comments? Okay, they're waiving their right to final comments. Then do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
move that we close the public hearing.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
Seems like a pretty straightforward request for time extension. After considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, I move to approve file number TECC 2022-0002 as presented in the staff report for today's hearing date.
Second.
I have a motion, second to approve this item. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strater,
Aye.
Burnt,
Aye.
Perot,
Aye.
Cavanagh.
All ayes, motion carries, and the item is agreed to. Next item up is item 4, a public hearing for Brundage Estates subdivision, TECC 2022-0001. We will open this public hearing with staff comments.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The next application is also a request for a time extension on a preliminary plat. This site consists of 136.63 acres of land. It's zoned R4 and is generally located on the east side of South Linder Road, a quarter mile south of West Victory Road. The preliminary plat was approved in 2016, consisting of 366 buildable lots, 20 common lots, and 1 other lot on 136.63 acres of land in the R4 zoning district. A 2-year time extension was approved by the director in 2018, and a subsequent 2-year time extension was approved by council in 2020, which expired on July 26th of this year. The subject time extension was requested prior to the expiration date as required. The reason for the previous time extensions was due to incomplete sewer and water line extensions, as well as upcoming improvements to Harris Street. The comprehensive plan future land use map designation for this property is low density residential, which is approximately 64 acres of the site, and medium density residential, which is approximately 73 acres of the site. The applicant is requesting a third 2-year time extension on the preliminary plat in order to obtain the city engineer's signature on a final plat. The reason for the subject request is that the developer has been focusing on development of the adjacent Biltmore Estates and Gray Cliff Estates subdivisions and needs additional time to submit a final plat application for Brundage Estates. Construction plans are in the process of being completed for phase 1, and the applicant anticipates design completion of the first phase later this year. Sewer and water lines have been extended to Linder Road to serve this property, and improvements to Harris Street with turn lanes on State Highway 69 are currently under construction. With all extensions, the city council may require the preliminary plat to comply with current UDC provisions. Since the preliminary plat and previous time extensions were approved, the qualified open space and site amenity standards have been updated in the UDC to require a minimum of 12% qualified open space, that's up from 10%, and a minimum of 27 points of site amenities. 6 site amenities were previously required. We've since changed to the point system, as you know. A total of 14.99% or 20.48 acres of qualified open space was provided with the preliminary plat, consisting of an 8.24 acre city neighborhood park, 2 pocket parks consisting of 0.8 and 1.3 acres, a linear open space area where the Williams pipeline is located, containing a multi-use pathway, half the street buffer along South Linder Road, all of the street buffers along collector streets, and parkways along internal local streets within the development, which exceeds the current standards. Amenities approved with the preliminary plat consist of the following: a tot lot with children's play structure and seating area, multi-use pathways within the Williams pipeline easement and along the Culpins lateral, open space commons, including a city park, a gazebo, shelter, a basketball court with benches, which total 40 points, which exceeds the current standards. Approval of the subject time extension will allow the applicant to obtain the city engineer's signature on a final plat and proceed with development of the property. If city council does not approve the requested time extension, the preliminary plat will expire and a new preliminary plat application will be required. Written testimony has been received from David Palumbo. His letter is in the public comments section of our public record on this application. Staff is recommending approval for the subject time extension to expire on July 26th, 2024. Staff will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Sonia. Council, any questions for staff? Okay. Is the applicant here? Good evening, Becky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of the council, Becky McKay, Engineering Solutions, 1029 North Rosario. I'm representing the applicant on this particular application. To to kind of give you a little bit of history of this particular project, Mr. Centers owned a large area within the center of this section. He had us plan and get preliminary plat approval for Biltmore Estates, then Gray Cliff Estates, and then Brundage Estates was the third component that completes kind of that area there and gets us out to Linder Road. We've been focusing on Biltmore and Gray Cliff, and now his focus is on Brundage. So we have started our design of phase 1 civil plans. And I know, you know, this is an additional time extension, but I want to assure the council that even though this was approved back in 2016, what we have approved still meets the comprehensive plan and exceeds the open space and amenity requirements under the ordinance as it stands now. The project includes an extension of West Harris all the way, so it will go from Highway 69 out to Linder. That's the mid-mile collector. We also have a southern collector in this property that will go to our south boundary. So you can see. So if you look at this, we have a collector roadway that goes out to Linder Road, and then one that goes to the south. I think Sonia's running it now. That'll eventually go out to Amity. So this particular piece of property provides for a portion of the southern mid-mile collector and the east-west collector. As you know, State Highway 69 in Harris is intended to be signalized. The Stapleton subdivision has been making the improvements and widening there, which is necessary prior to signalization. One of the other things that was part of this particular project was a new regional well was required to support this service area. And that well was put down a few years ago. We did donate the property. Another thing within the comprehensive plan was a neighborhood park was designated on this property. So we do have 8.24 acres of a neighborhood park. We still need to sit down and meet with the Parks Department. Mr. Centers had previously, we went before the Parks Commission. He agreed to install sprinklers and the appropriate sod and get it greened up. And get it kind of going once we get to that area, so that that park can get underway sooner than later. This particular development, as Sonia indicated, we're low density and medium density. We're at 2.68 dwelling units per acre. So overall, if we were just at 3 across the board on the entire property, that'd be 411 lots. We're at 366. The other thing this property incorporated was the multi-use pathway along the Williams pipeline and the Calkins lateral, which is still a part of your pathway plan. So we still are in compliance with the master street map of ACHD and the South Meridian master street plan. The R4, the density that was approved on this particular property, we felt was appropriate. We have an average lot size of over 10,000 square feet. It's all single family. And we're starting over on Linder first and starting to build that collector. And when we get that collector built, as it moves eastward and get the signal in at Meridian Road, obviously that will help provide another interconnection for vehicles and take some heat off of the Victory and Linder intersection and the Amity and Linder intersections. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Becky. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Strader.
Thanks, Becky. I'm glad that you guys, even though will be 6 years, you're meeting the open space and the amenities that are updated. Are there any other notable areas of the UDC that this project wouldn't meet? Like, we have changed our common driveways now, things like that.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Strader, no, we did not delineate any common drives because they weren't allowed at the time. We don't have any 3-foot setbacks in here because it's all R4. We meet all of the collector buffers, arterial buffers. And plus we also check those if an arterial gets upgraded. When we go into design, we make sure that we meet whatever the current buffer requirement is, because that'll be caught when we submit plans and final plans. So this, what's before you obviously complies, like I said, with the UDC as it is in its current state and the comprehensive plan. And I don't think I'd do anything different than, other than probably add more density if I were to bring it through. Well,
Yeah, everybody's got to try.
it was kind of low at the time and I like it, but the clients sometimes don't like it.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
thanks, Becky, for answering that. Appreciate it.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
just to comment, I'm supportive of the request. I think the fact that you comply with the current UDC provisions, obviously, I think that's a good policy that we always require compliance with the updated most current UDC provisions. As a condition of giving an extension, you would have no objection to that here. I think it's a great practice, so I appreciate you doing that.
Thank you. Thank you. This one's held up to the test of time. I know some don't.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you, Becky. Mr. Clerk, we have anyone set up on this item?
Mr. Mayor, we did not.
Okay, is there anybody present that'd like to provide testimony on this item? If you'd like to come forward this time or use your raise your hand feature on Zoom? Seeing no one coming forward or raising their hand, does the applicant waive any final comments? Applicant waives final comments, so council,
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Warden.
move that we close the public hearing on item 4 TECC 2022-0001.
I have a motion, a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
the applicant ensuring that they will, the preliminary plat will comply with all current UDC provisions as a requirement for the time extension. I move that we approve TECC 2022-0001 as presented.
I have a motion, a second to approve item 4. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strader.
Aye.
Burnt. Perot.
Aye.
Cavanagh. Borton.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries. The item is agreed to. Thank you. Next item up is item 5, a public hearing for Regency at River Valley Phase 3 H 2022-0057. We will open this public hearing with staff comments.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The next application before you is a request for a development agreement modification. This site is located at 3270 and 3280 East River Valley Street and 2480 North Eagle Road, midway between Ustick and Fairview, and north of East River Valley Street in the CG zoning district. An application for a modification to the existing development agreement for box storage was submitted in 2021 to change the development plan from a self-service storage facility to a multifamily development. City Council denied the request due to the following reasons. They felt access with some of the contiguous properties to the north had not been adequately flushed out, and issues with traffic circulation and parking. They felt it wasn't the right time for the city to approve the modification. Since that time, a new development agreement was approved for the abutting property to the north, the Copper Canary, that removed the requirement for a cross-access easement to be provided to the subject property and instead required only an emergency access easement be provided if the subject property developed with residential uses as planned. The comprehensive plan future land use map designation for this property is mixed use regional. The modification to the development agreement for box storage for 2480 and 3280 East River Valley Street to change the development plan for the site from self-service storage to multifamily apartments and include an additional 0.65 of an acre of land at 3270 East River Valley Street that's currently governed by the SGI development agreement, which is entitled to develop with a multi-tenant retail store or a restaurant with a drive-through to allow multifamily development. The proposed modification would allow the applicant to develop the site with apartments as a third phase of the existing multifamily development to the east, Regency at River Valley. The reason the applicant hasn't developed the property with a storage facility is that after completing the development agreement and the design process, construction costs rose such that it wasn't feasible for them to move forward with the project. A conceptual, so the plans before you are what I just described. They're the existing conceptual development plans in the existing agreements. The one on the left is the box storage facility, and the one in the middle is the southern property that was had two different concept plans for retail and a restaurant drive-through. The concept plan that's shown here is what is proposed. This was submitted for a 5-story multifamily structure with parking on the ground floor and 4 stories of apartments above, containing 128 units. Rooftop amenities consisting of fire pits, hot tubs, a pavilion, multiple barbecue areas, and lounge seating are proposed. Additionally, residents will have access to the existing amenities in phases 1 and 2, which include a large swimming pool area with a hot tub, barbecue areas, activity room, outdoor pavilions, game room, fitness center, and common open space. 2 driveway accesses are proposed for interconnectivity with the first 2 phases of the multifamily development to the east. And here are some concept elevations of the proposed structure. High-density residential apartment uses are desired in the mixed-use regional future land use designation, especially when located adjacent to State Highway 55 and Eagle Road, and employment destination centers such as those along the Eagle Road corridor. The proposed high-density residential development at 43.69 units per acre will contribute to the mix of commercial, retail, restaurants, et cetera, office and civic, Kleiner Park, senior center uses in the area. Further, it will contribute to the variety of housing options in this area in close proximity to employment uses in Kleiner Park. For this reason, staff is supportive of the proposed amendment and has included recommended provisions for the new development agreement in the staff report. If the subject amendment is approved, a subsequent conditional use permit application is required to be submitted and approved for the proposed multifamily development in the CC and CG zoning districts. Development is subject to the specific use standards listed in UDC 11-4327 for multifamily developments. A detailed review will take place with the conditional use permit application to determine consistency with the specific use standards and other UDC standards. Written testimony was received from Sean Freeman. He is against approval of the amendment to the development agreement to allow more multifamily residential projects in this area that will impact the infrastructure of Meridian. Staff is recommending approval. Staff will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Sonia. Council, any questions for staff? Okay. Thank you very much. Is the applicant here? Good evening. State your name and address for the record.
A little taller than the previous applicant. Brandon Ames, 270 North, 2250 East, Layton, Utah. I'd like to thank you for your time and thank you for your comments. The previous time that we were here, it did force us to reconsider some of the design, the site layout, and also be more active in our communication with the development to the north, as well as review the traffic study and just make, essentially what we decided as well was to make more connection points between this development and our previous 2 phases. And we feel like we've been able to come up with a better product based upon your previous comments. So thank you for that. I really feel like I'd just like to be open to questions if you have any questions for me.
Council, any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
one design one that, at least when I look at this, the proposed parking on the east side of this phase and the parking garages to the east of it, there's just a gray strip. I'm not sure how to exactly ask the question, I guess, but between the two rows of parking garages that go north and south, or parking, covered parking.
Yeah, those are currently garages.
Is the garage, are the garages on the east side abutting the garages to the east? I was just curious when I looked at it. I wish if you could put your cursor where I'm talking. Yeah, that vertical gray space. So those,
The one just to the right of it.
Correct. Those are garages for the previous phases.
are we talking garages in this phase would abut and touch the garages on the other, or is there a spite strip in between, or what?
No, there are no garages in this phase. It is, it's the first, it's a podium building.
Bad question. Garage is the wrong word. There's covered parking on this phase as you propose on the east side, right? No? What am I missing?
I'm not
Mr. Mayor.
I think
Are
those
you-
are existing.
Talking right here.
Councilman Borton.
And just to the east of it? That
Right here? This
Yep.
is a driveway
Okay.
on the adjacent side.
That's a drive aisle, an existing drive aisle in the previous phases. So
So,
there's a garage on each side of that drive aisle that pertain to the previous phase.
is that a drive aisle that, how, wide? I'm just curious because it looked really funky that, is it a 2-car wide drive aisle?
I would guess it's 26 feet wide, but I'm not sure.
I'm not certain, but that would be my guess as well, 26.
The development to the east has already been approved by fire and planning, so it's done, but the boundaries of this side is where the red line is here.
One thing I would like to point out is that I know that there were some parking concerns in addition to the traffic flow. We, with this design, are currently overparked beyond city code, and so it may alleviate some of the parking within our current phases as well.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
right, so you have covered parking within the building itself. I'm assuming it's on the ground floor. I mean, how many parking spaces, could you remind me, are within the building footprint?
I will see if I can, if that's on my notes. I'm not certain that it is. Let me see. Uh, 124.
Got it. Okay, and then you've got the additional, I guess, guest parking as additional parking here. Could you walk through the connectivity from a pedestrian perspective toward the other amenities in your previous phases? So I see that you have some, I guess they're like little crosswalks.
Yes.
And will people be able to access it looks like they're kind of, one of them runs into a carport. It looks like maybe the other one hits a pathway. Can you kind of walk us through that?
So on the north side, we have the crosswalk coming into our existing phase. I'm not certain. One thing that I want to be careful of is this is a really, really preliminary drawing. So the connection points, we would plan on doing the exact location of crosswalks are roughly this, but as far as whether it goes into an existing garage, I don't think we would do that, but this really is illustrative right now. We would plan on going through a much more thorough and detailed evaluation of the site with staff if we're able to obtain approval on the DA modification, which is, I don't mean to deflect your question, but that really is our main goal today. We have not gone really far down the design of this site yet until we know we have a DA modification approval.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
Thank you. So can you talk to us about how you improve circulation? So the entrance on the south side was there before. That comes from River and River Valley, and that's a right-in, or excuse me, that's a right-in, right-out only, right?
Correct.
So that really hasn't changed. There was a connection there on the very south side with the drive aisle from the west to the property to the east. That hasn't really changed. That was already connected in the last rendering. There's the new pedestrian connection. And then to the north, there's a new cross-access connection. But I don't see anything. I mean, I'm still kind of struggling with how obviously a majority of the residents are still going to use the eastern main access to Regency to get to this area, correct? I mean, they're going to be directed to use the main entrance to the site to the east.
Yes, and that's typically common because that's where the clubhouse is, the main amenities. I don't know what the percentage of people will be that go to that entrance versus coming in off of directly from the south, or how many might go all the way to the east if traffic is heavy on south. I'm not sure what the percentages will be, but.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro.
is there a way to access this this whole project off of records directly, or is it just coming in off of River Valley? Is there an access to the very eastern boundary of the whole Regency project from records that would flow around to the northern entrance on this?
I can
Yeah.
look.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Pro, there is an access on records. There is also one on River Valley Street. Yes, there will be a right-in access as well.
It looks like it aligns with Tahiti Drive.
Council, additional questions for the applicant? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, do we have anybody signed up to provide testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor, yes, Perry Coles.
When you come forward, if you can say your name and address for the record, and you'll be recognized for 3 minutes. Just make sure you get in front of that microphone.
My name is Perry Coles. Thank you, Mayor and council members, for allowing me to speak. I am the owner of the property directly to the north, Copper Canary, and of this residential modification plan, and of course the apartments at phase 3 they want to put in. I wanted to mention that I really appreciate Bach Homes working with us to develop the traffic flow going to the south to East River Valley Street. As you know, on April 12th, we came forward to you and were approved to establish the emergency road exit and gate to be established on the eastern part of our property. This stops all traffic from the apartment complex and the development that's going into the north of us right now, going through the center of our parking lot. So we really appreciate the fact that we did get approval so that we could basically not destroy our property and our parking ability on our lot. So really appreciate that. We've looked at the plans with Bach Homes. We think it's just a wonderful design. We like what they're doing. They've worked well with us, and we're definitely in favor of allowing it to go residential. We think it's a great asset to the area. And again, I like the amenities, the design. I did when I first came to Meridian, and I saw the first couple phases when we were looking to purchase the property. And that's, one of the comments I made to my wife is I really liked, how the apartments looked and the design effort that they made to make them, really nice. So again, we're very much in favor, and we're very excited to be in Meridian. My family, my kids are all here, and we're really looking forward to being part of this city here, as Copper Canary. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions? You're good. Mr. Clerk, you have anybody else signed up?
Mr. Mayor, that was the only sign in.
If there's anybody else that'd like to provide testimony on this item, if you'd like to come forward at this time or use the raise your hand feature on Zoom. Seeing no one else coming forward, would the applicant like to make any final comments? Applicant is waiving any final comments. So council, turn this over to you for additional questions, comments, discussion, motions.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
The applicant would come forward again. I'm sorry to keep going over this. I have been in this complex many times, and every time I've been there, it's absolutely packed. There's like no place to park. I've been there mostly in the evening. There's hardly any spots to find. So I really do want to understand more about the flow of traffic, because I can very easily see, having been in there, that it would be difficult not to get hit with somebody backing out of the covered stalls. And so wondering if maybe Sonia could pull up just a Google Maps or an aerial of the entire Regency project. It's just going to show this as an empty lot, but I want to take a look at how the traffic will flow around the entire complex, because I'm just not convinced that the right in, right out to the south should be the area where most of the vehicles will be coming in and out.
So Councilwoman Pro, it took me a second to find it. Did you see that there's a cross access right above that right in, right out?
Where is that?
It's right at the very southern portion of the application.
Yep.
Okay, I didn't see that because I thought that's when was referencing your question earlier about where the cross access points were. Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burr.
question for the applicant. I remember in previous discussions regarding the previous applications, there was a conversation about whether or not these buildings would all be able to be sold individually if you decide to do so in the future, and how that would impact the amenities and, usage of those amenities. What are your thoughts on that?
Are you asking if this new phase 3 would be on its own lot and be able to be sold as an individual building? It is on its own lot because of the way that everything was platted. We did combine 2 lots into one in order to be able to fit one building. So technically it could be sold. I'm not typically involved in our sales. Bach, as long as I've been there, or as far as I've known, very rarely sells apartment buildings. We have our own property management company, and we manage over 3,000 apartment units right now. And it's just something that's in our business plan, is to keep them. However, technically it could be because it's on its own phase. If I were to speak kind of off the cuff a little, I would say selling that with the ability to use amenities brings a higher value than selling it and saying you cannot use amenities, in the adjacent property. But I'm typically not involved in that.
Mr. Mayor, follow up.
Councilman Burr.
Just to confirm, is there enough, and do you meet all of the code requirements for this one project to be a standalone project without having to use other amenities and have open space to be considered for approval?
We have not, our intentions are to work with staff to meet all of the code and to work through that. Especially, after we've obtained this. Until we've obtained this, we have put a lot of resources into it, but we didn't want to go too far down that road yet. So again, I'm not trying to not answer that question, but that's where we are right now. Is we read through the code, we designed the building, and we felt like we're really close.
Mr. Mayor, follow up.
Councilman Burke.
And I get this is just a DA mod and we're asking you a bunch of questions that are detailed. And I think that the reason for those questions are just to create some clarity of,
Sure.
what this approval will look like going forward. And so, and I don't know if this is more of a comment and truly nothing to do with your development specifically, but it just seems like a lot lately. We've had a lot of applications come before us that are zoned CG or whatever, plan to be, office or retail, whatever, et cetera. But because those projects don't pencil, let's build some apartments.
Well, I can address that. For 10 years, we did have this for sale and we were under contract at least 4 times. And I believe more than that. And I can pull proof of that. I just didn't work for Bach at the time. But the owners have expressed to me the number of times, and they started listing them, that we were under contract to sell that. But once the due diligence phase was completed with the potential buyers, they all backed out. They wanted access off of Eagle, and if they didn't have that, they weren't buying the property. So we were under contract and trying to sell the property for almost 10 years. And then maybe more history than you would like, but one of our employees who was our development manager thought it'd be a good idea for us to get into some storage units, not just here, but in other locations that we have. And he kind of really started to run with that. But once we got down to actually talking to companies to construct those and build those and what that looked like, it was not looking very good. And we felt like we started looking at our occupancy rates and what the area was needing. We talked to our property managers, we talked to other property managers around the area, and we felt like this is the best use for this property. We attempted to make it work commercially, but residential is what we know. It's what we're the best at. We do a good job of it. We manage all of our own properties. We put a lot of money into rehabbing our own properties because we do keep them for a long time. And everything started to point towards, let's do what we know how to do, and let's do what the people are telling us, and that is that this is a highly sought after area to live. It's a great area to live in.
Councilman Pro, back to you got the map up.
Thank you. We are able to zoom in just a little bit. So on the very east side, there's a street coming off of Records, Tahiti Drive. Looks like there's supposed to be a connection. Is that part of the Regency property? And is that going to flow around to the north side? Or is there a connection there? Yeah, where Sonia, it looks like that section dead ends. So where's the connection off of Records going to? Where's the direction, the connection off of Records in relationship to this loop, and how would they take the area where it says Downey sublateral? So essentially that's what a majority of the residents are going to do. They're going to come in through this main entrance there on the south side and come around through all of these garages and carports to access that third phase, correct? I don't know.
I can't speak for what I think. I can probably tell you what I would do, and I feel like I would drive down to the main road and then turn in as close as I can to my apartment building. But I don't know how many people would come off records, drive around through the apartments and then enter in. Probably some would. I don't know that.
Councilman Pro.
Well, they can't make a left from there. This map is old. It says Stokesbury, but that's River Valley. They can't make a left from River Valley if they're coming off of Eagle Road. Into the first entrance, they cannot make a left. It's blocked. So they have to go farther down east on River Valley to access the development.
This is the main entrance right there. That first main one is where you can turn left into.
Correct.
Right. My concern is that that main entrance was not designed for a whole nother phase.
I don't have an answer to that.
Council, any additional questions, comments? Action?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
I have a question. You don't have to answer it. I want to give you an opportunity to answer it just because we're researching housing affordability in our community. Do you have any idea what kind of rent ranges you were expecting or you're getting in your other phases, ballpark? Just, is it more affordable than the mean? Is it average? Any insight you can, you don't have to, it doesn't have to do with your approval, but it's a big topic right now. And part of that is increasing supply. We're wondering if that's helping, but I'm worried that we're just approving a lot of Class A, highly amenitized, beautiful apartments, but it's not really moving the needle on affordability.
Sure. And I appreciate your question because like I said, we manage apartments in a lot of different cities and we're still developing. And that's something that we've talked to a number of city councils about. And so I understand where you're coming from. I don't, and I hesitate to answer this to a degree because I don't know yet, like I said, but in speaking with our property managers at Regency and at Kensington and other areas that we have, we're realizing that one of the things that we need to do more frequently, and especially in this building, we've considered is having a lot more studio, one bedroom units. It cuts down on vehicles, it cuts down on traffic, and it allows us to provide a more affordable living unit. And that is something we've discussed, but I don't want to be held to any unit counts or anything yet. We're doing that in a number of places where we're filling in additional phases because we're realizing our 3 and 4 bedroom units are getting too cost prohibitive. They're creating too many vehicles. And so that's a direction that we are heading in general.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Thanks. No, I appreciate that. And I understand, you're running a business and you can't get into specific rents, but just those kind of anecdotes I think are helpful for us. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borton.
One of the concerns that came up last time this concept was discussed was queuing on River Valley. You try and exit if a project like this heading to Eagle Road to go north or south, most likely. 128 units. Any new information you've gathered about the previously expressed concern? You're gonna have cars stacked.
We did a traffic study, and was that presented last time with Mr. Carlisle? Sonia, have you seen a traffic study?
I
I do not recall if you submitted one with the last one. I doubt it, as it was only a DA modification as well, so it's not required.
And I apologize for that. Mr. Carlisle, who was working on this and has very recently moved on to another firm. And so there are some things I'm not fully capable of answering. That is something that I know he was in talks with Ryan Hales, traffic engineer. I believe Ryan attended one of the meetings here, and I know that we have the study. And I know that Ryan said that he didn't feel like this was anything that was causing major changes to traffic queues, but I don't have the numbers or the data to support that right now. I apologize.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borton.
Candidly, that's one of my two main concerns with this type of use. Storage, obviously much less intense from a total usage, but also a time of day usage.
Sure.
About the other challenge being this is truly so disconnected from the other two phases in all respects. It would never have been designed if it was built as three phases in the way this would ultimately be laid out, with 2 rows of parking separating this third building. So that was one of the challenges and the queuing issue with folks trying to get onto Eagle Road from this potential phase 3 is a real struggle with this type of request. Just wanted to let you know some of the concerns.
Sure.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Yeah, so I mean, I think you're improving, like you're heading in the right direction. So I appreciate that. I feel like you're much closer to showing you have adequate parking. I think the pedestrian connectivity is helpful in going part of the way toward overcoming that kind of like design challenge that Councilman Borton just mentioned. I think when we're talking about the flow of traffic in the site overall and the concern about queuing to get out and especially to get onto Eagle Road to go south, I think that is still the main hurdle. And understanding that there's been kind of a change in personnel. I mean, do you feel like you have new information to present from a traffic perspective and you'd like to do that at a later meeting? Did you want to ask for a decision today? I just want to try to understand kind of how you're thinking about that aspect, because I think that concern about the queuing is still pretty important to me, although you've done, I think, well in addressing some of the other concerns.
I think that that's a good question. So may I ask, if we seek a decision today, what are our options with both outcomes? Is there a time frame that we have to wait to come back? Are we able to come back on the next meeting if we can send the traffic report? Or what are our options depending on the results today?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Borton.
I don't know if I'm going to answer that question direct, but I'll tell you my concern is I mean, you can stack, it looks like about 6 cars in that turn lane, and you got 128 units. So you got folks trying to head south on Eagle Road from phase 1 and 2, and then add 128 units. The traffic study will talk about general traffic counts and trips and average daily trips. And I don't know if that answers the question. It appears obvious in front of us, which isn't necessarily your fault at all, but it's just going to be stacks of cars piled up. Trying to get out of this, it just is.
Yeah,
they can't go north.
Of course, units are going to add vehicles. I want to fall back on, though, I feel like this is the best use for the property. I know it brings challenges. I don't know very many that don't, especially when you're trying to build within the city. I think if it's commercial, it brings challenges, its own set of commercials, if it's retail or or restaurants, it brings its own set of challenges. It brings its own set of vehicle queues and times. And this is something that we've done elsewhere, and it's proven really successful. We're able to provide a product that's a little different on property that we already own. We can manage, we maintain, we take care of, we know it really well. And we can offer, we're doing this, something similar actually in our plans in American Fork, where we're building one building and across the street, we're building another building that's similar. And then we're planning on building this exact building off to the corner. It just allows us to provide more like one bedroom and studio and it appeals to a different group of people who want to live in the area. The amenities are there. Most of the amenities that most people use will be there. Just the pool. We'll have the mailroom is there. You know, we're just allowing access to those who want to go swim, can go swim. I don't anticipate a tremendous amount of foot traffic constantly, through the site. So I know it has challenges, but again, we're seeking the development modification because I don't think that storage units is the best use for this site. We don't believe that. And all of your questions are very valid, and we plan on vetting those out, following code, working with staff, and working through. This site plan may change a little. It likely does once you get through the actual, code requirements that you have to hit and making sure that everything works. So I know that you're trying to look forward a little bit, but I don't want to get too hung up on a conceptual site plan. My main goal is to try to present that I really believe strongly that this is the best use for the property. We've been unable to sell it as commercial, retail, or restaurants. We've had all three approach us. They fall out every time. So after that, is storage units really the best use? I don't think so.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, just my 2 cents on, in my opinion, this has some of the best access in this area as we have in the city. We actually do have a backage road with records. You have 3 different access points where if there's a stacking queuing issue, people can continue to drive east in order to come out on records. But my bigger point is, I know you have to look at this application. We probably have another 1,000 units that are going to come in through this part of the community. And if these 128 are, again, breaking the camel's back with access to River Valley, I don't know what that means for the future of this area, because not everyone's going to go out the one that's closest to them. Depending upon where you're going to go. You might take records around and go left up to head to Boise, or you might go out on records to go out to Ustick, depending upon where you go. This area has unique access, some challenges. It is close to the intersection right there, but there are 2 other locations. Whether or not it's the right use, I think that's a different question for council to consider now or in the future. But as far as I'm concerned, this area has a lot of challenges, but a lot of opportunities for the area. And it is, traffic is like a water that gets run down and finds the cracks. People are going to go what's going to take in the least amount of time through the development, not through the development, all the way around roads if they can't make exits out onto the right area right there. But, when does the entrance into the main entrance, when does that become not viable? I don't know the answer. It's Councilwoman Pro. I mean, could that handle 10,000 units going through that? Or could it handle 500? I don't even know when those type of questions are answered in traffic impact studies for access points into these places. So just my 2 cents, in my opinion, but thank you. Councilwoman Pro.
Thank you very much. So you would need to go through the CUP process after this. Our Planning and Zoning Commission's even tougher than we are. So these questions that we're asking we won't be the last ones asking them. So just, I know you're taking notes to kind of prepare for that next step. Because they'll really even look at this in a much more detailed eye, especially with parking. I love to talk about parking on our commission. But to the mayor's point, there's a project that's been approved at the corner of Fairview and Records. That's all flowing traffic northward on Records as well. The way that was designed was to kind of try to keep it off of heading south onto Fairview because of how the exits are within that complex. So that's coming, that's a significant, several 4-story buildings. And then there's additional units that are coming in on the north side of Records. So this isn't just about these 128 units, although we can't make the decision about this based on those. We do have to look at the bigger picture, concern of it as well. So that's also why I have concerns about where vehicles are exiting and entering on that entire south side. I'm going to assume that when Regency was designed, that those entrances were designed to include the phases that are existing because there wasn't an intention for there to be housing in this section originally. So I'm going to assume that they weren't designed to handle the additional capacity.
What makes an entrance not, I'm just curious, can anybody answer that question? What makes, we have some people here that do commercial development. When does an entrance no longer operate past its ability to handle traffic? Anybody have a standard that they can share from the audience? Or planning?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman.
This, in my opinion, this entrance is unique because when you enter in, you go around this center fountain, I think is what it is, and you circle around. And so there's more conflict points on this because of how it's designed. So you, instead of just going straight and making left, you kind of circle around this center area, and then people that are coming out from the clubhouse have to cross over that. So there's just a lot more conflict points. If you were to drive it, you would see what I mean.
It sounds like a roundabout.
What's that?
Roundabout.
It is a roundabout.
Sorry.
What's that?
I won't go down the roundabout. I say it sounds like a roundabout. I thought they were safer and can move more traffic.
No, it's, yeah, I found it challenging. There's not directional signs that say, hey, go around the center area. It's very confusing.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Can we just zoom out of the Google images slightly? Just so I can sort of see what's going on. Okay, so that's where the co-op is. Got it. And then if we zoom back in, sorry, where is the actual connection exactly to Records? Okay, right there. So that goes through and I'm assuming it connects with this loop, not all the way to the south, but there's an independent connection, right?
There are 3 connections.
Can you point to them?
I can show you roughly where they are without
Yeah.
the site plan.
That's fine.
Mr. Mayor, would you like me to put the concept plan back up?
Sure, whatever works. Or he can direct you, you can move your cursor around to show where
There's
the
an
exit
entrance
points.
here on Records.
Okay.
It can go up here. This is stubbing to the Village Apartments. It's in the development process to the north. And we'll eventually have an access through to the commercial development here. You can go down to the south and west, and this will stub in, have a driveway access to the 3rd phase that they're proposing. And then there's also an access up here in the 3rd phase that will also tie into this development.
Right.
They have an access on East River Valley Street
Mhm.
right here.
Mhm.
And then council recently approved the Copper Canary development agreement modification that allowed a emergency only access easement to this property. Whereas previously, all of these properties had a cross-access easement requirement for a backage road in this
Right.
location.
Yeah, I remember. I wasn't totally sold on that. And so, but from the whole complex, I mean, from the entire thing, really, to get out of here, you really just have the main entrance that goes onto Stokesbury Place, or you have this connection onto Records.
Isn't there another
Three
connection on
accesses.
the Stokesbury? And then also once there's connection over to the third phase, there's another access there as well.
To Stokesbury,
Yes.
right, through the south.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
So further questions? Motions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Ward.
last question, Sonia. So you've heard the concern expressed on circulation and queuing and stacking. Is there some validity, or are we missing something from your perspective that you think this adequately disperses traffic throughout?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Borton, Council, there is definitely a traffic concern. I mean, that's a lot of units. But there are 3 ways in and out of this development. I'm not a traffic engineer. I don't know how that'll all play out. Hopefully they analyze that as part of their conditional use permit application.
I would like to reiterate that we plan on going through that process, and we know it'll have its own challenges. We feel like the first hurdle is tonight, though, and that's to even have the ability to consider going to CUP or consider working with the Planning Commission. And that's by modifying the DA from storage units to multifamily.
But the challenge, I guess,
Councilman Borton.
Mr. Mayor, that we face is the DA approval changes. There's nothing with any CUP condition that can address that particular issue. That change in use, as you've conceptually provided.
Warren, you're unmuted, Warren, Mr. Stewart.
So that's just some of the concern that.
So council, is there a preferred process that you would see done differently for this to have a comfort level?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
just candidly, I'm not supportive of the application. I'm not. I think this is a problem that we've described that I don't think a CUP condition can address and resolve. So for the reasons stated, I've not heard enough to make me support the change in use. It's my perspective on it.
Sure. And like I said, will there be a traffic problem? Possibly. But one thing I feel like there is a need of is housing. And I feel like there's a need of housing that does not use a lot of water. There's a need of housing that is affordable to people. And there's been a general shift in the market that we're dealing with, where people are far more likely to rent even throughout their lives than they are to buy. And there's just a mentality shift. And so is there a greater need for storage units than living space? I don't think so. But we will deal with those problems the best that we can. But I feel like the two wouldn't even compare to each other. There's a tremendous need for living space, and there's a tremendous need for living space that is not 4 bedrooms and 3 bedrooms and more so than there is storage units. And I feel like that's not even close. That's not even in question.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Ward.
Just to argue a little bit with you. I don't think that's necessarily the question, the singular question we're addressed. All of that may be true, but we also have to take into account the location of it. So housing over storage in a vacuum I don't think anyone would disagree, but that doesn't mean at every location without exception, that is true. And that's kind of what we wrestled with because there's been some instances where mistakes have been made at other locations where, you know, short-term solution, but long-term, we created and cemented challenges in. That's what gives us some pause at a particular location. So I'm not disagreeing with the underlying principle, but just trying to give some context to the.
Right, and I see what you're saying, but I am talking about this particular area because of our occupancy rates. They're crazy. There is a need here for housing at this location.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
I thought the last time that there was this request that we were really clear on our concerns. And this doesn't, for me, duly address what we discussed last time. So I don't know how we're seeing something that there are definite improvements to this. Don't get me wrong, as Councilwoman Strader said, this is a better version than the last version. We're still asking the same questions we were asking last time. So this doesn't, there's not enough changes to make me, for me to be comfortable in approving this tonight. I don't know how many more times we can express the concerns that we have. I know you don't have control over how many, you know, how much stacking there is. That's not anything that you guys have control over, but I think this is our third meeting about this. And I don't know that we've really truly addressed the main concerns that have been presented. So thank you.
So we had two concerns and one was to flush out connection to the north, which we did that. So the other concern was traffic flow. What other traffic flow options would you like to see when we have one off records, one that will be going north when that development goes through, and 3 off of Stokesbury? That's 5 entrances into one apartment complex. I'm not sure. I feel like you're asking for something that is unattainable.
Mr. Mayor.
Deputy Chief.
Mr. Mayor and Council, I know we kind of, I made it to one of the other meetings. Chief covered the last meeting for me. So this is one of those, can we service it? Yes. Is it going to be difficult to service? Yes. The mayor brought up concerns 2 meetings ago about access. Access is going to be a challenge for the fire department. I was just looking back in the last, since January 1st of 2000, we've been to that apartment complex 50 times. And I know one of them was for a fire. The rest of them are for medical calls. So yes, there's 5 different entrances into this complex, but we have to wind through to get to this particular place. Engine 33, which is the closest station, doesn't have a direct access. They're going to have to come all the way down to Records, come up Records to come into the apartment complex, other than going through, like Councilwoman Perot stated, trying to get through that traffic circle. And that traffic circle, I've been there when I've been doing my inspections, it gets clogged because of people going to get their mail. That's where the mail is collected. So if you go there at 5:30 at night, that traffic circle is full of cars. And so for the fire department, this is going to be a challenging project. Yes, there's accesses, but just the way the flow is, it's going to be a challenge for us to get to it. So just some thoughts from the fire department.
Yeah, and council, I'm trying to help the applicant too, because we did take an action to the property to the north, which now is altered options for this property, at least in a lot of ways, without having a north-south connection for what may want to exist there, which is fine. But, you know, I don't know what you put in here ever. And maybe it does become a city park. It's right in, right out, that we've effectively created a right in, right out location that's only accessible coming from records. There's really no other way to get into if this is a standalone property. I don't know what you will expect long-term for this property. I'm sure any property owner would love to hear what your expectations might be if you don't want to change it based on the access challenges and restrictions that have been placed upon it at this time.
If we sell the property, we're not going to grant additional accesses into our apartments. So is that a better traffic situation than what we're currently offering? Because then there really is one and the emergency. So I know it isn't perfect, but it's 5. If we sell it, why would we ever grant access?
Mr. Mayor,
Council Pro.
is it safe to assume that the commercial contracts that you negotiated fell out because of access issues?
They wanted access onto North Eagle.
And I would have preferred to not have just emergency access to the north, but I understand the property owner's concerns to the north, not wanting traffic to consistently be flowing through there. That would have really, however, resolved a lot of my concerns if there was a way to exit to Eagle to the north, but there was not a desire to put in to have vehicles exit out of the existing exit where the restaurant was. And so it is what it is. I mean, I would have rather seen it happen that way. But that's how it went. And had that been the case, I would have been more inclined to consider the application. So I can tell you that much. I know that probably doesn't help, but I can't tell you what to do with your property, but I can say that there are some very unique concerns in this particular area. Now, if your traffic consultant had looked at the main entrance to this and can somehow show that it can handle that capacity, I'd be happy to take a look at it. But I don't believe that's the case based on my experience and apparently the fire department's experience.
So again, do you think it's going to improve if we don't develop it? Access to that site? With one right in, right out?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borden.
I think we vetted the discussion. I think your point's well taken. Who knows? We don't know. We don't know.
Well, I feel like 5 accesses are better than 1. I'm pretty confident in that.
Mr. Mayor, just one more point, if I may.
Councilman Pro.
Something that makes this particular project unique, Regency, the existing buildings, is that they have covered parking on both sides of the drive aisles. That's not something that we see that frequently, and that creates, in my opinion, additional concern. You've got narrow drive aisles and you have vehicles backing out potentially from covered parking on both sides, or vehicles accessing garages on both sides of that drive aisle. If it was one side, I might be a little less concerned about conflicting traffic, but it's on both sides. So if you're driving through there and you already have a narrow lane to begin with, that you have one vehicle backing out from covered parking on one side, another vehicle backing out on the other side at the same time, and then you would have a fire truck go through there, I don't know if that's gonna work, unfortunately. It's already a challenge as it is without adding additional units.
Yeah, I can't go back in time when that was approved.
Sir, I understand. I'm just trying to further explain and share with you the justification for the decision that I'm choosing to make this evening so that there isn't any doubt.
Well, based upon what the deputy chief told me, if they're coming in off of records, they're gonna come in at that far last right in, right out. They're gonna avoid the traffic circle. They're gonna go right straight in. They're gonna avoid all the covered parking lots. Then they're gonna exit out to the north through the emergency access into the building to the north and take the emergency access onto Eagle Road to avoid servicing this phase compared to the entire rest of the development. I'm not a fire captain, engineer, or firefighter, but that's based upon what I've seen with the flow design creation, that it actually avoids the issue of the entrance as that. That being said, I've been trying to think back over the last 3 meetings and the other applications. I thought this is where council was trying to get us to go there. Maybe I misread the tea leaves as did the applicant, that I felt like they were trying to get them to put this all into one concept. Is it just the number? If it was 50, would that be better, worse? When would that feather out into this conversation? Or is it the fact that it's residential altogether? And that's now the issue that is, again, I'm just trying to piece together my memory of many different topics, because I felt like the point of half the issue with the property to the north was to allow connectivity, so you didn't have people driving through. So it could be more connected to the other property to the east. That's what my memory through the dialogue was. I could be wrong, but
Those are the two things we tried to change on the site plan. We felt like we did the best that we could with what we had to work with to address your 2 previous comments. So if you're feeling like we're not moving forward, I feel like we would be owed some avenue to move forward. And I feel like it'd be something achievable physically.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
I'm being quiet because I'm thinking about, you brought up some good points as the mayor concerning the history of this. It's parcel.
And I believe when we bought it, which was some time ago, we thought that the access off of North Eagle was there through the neighboring property to the north. We're basically trying to do the best we can with what we have, and we did not create the right in, right out. We're using what was there. We're trying to add as many access points as we can into our property, which we can do that. We own that property and we can make more if that's what would make this easier, make everyone feel better. But I can only work with what I have. And I feel like we're trying to do that. We're trying to work with you on it.
So council, I don't know if the applicant would want to do this. Would having someone come back with a more defined traffic impact be helpful? I know that's normally reserved for a different point in time in the process, but or not. Continuation for them, the opportunity to go try to bring back data, or up or down and move on.
Mr. Mayor,
Where'd that come from?
Liz.
Oh, Councilwoman Schrader.
Maybe I'm the only one. Feel like I'm on the fence, leaning toward a no, and the traffic analysis might help me get over it. I think the main thing I want to figure out is this creating a problem for the entire area and all the neighboring properties as well? Or is this going to be like your self-imposed traffic nightmare where people can decide and vote with their feet if they want to live in your apartment complex or not? If it feels like the impact is confined to your property specifically, then that might help me. But if I feel like it's going to affect this whole corridor, that's more of an issue for me. I was not a fan, from what I recall, of the connection to the north being created as emergency access only, and believed that it should have been connected. And so I understand we took collective action on that, but I really felt like you guys were backing yourselves into a corner, committing to one specific use by doing this, and here we are. Maybe if you have further information about other connections to the north, if there are future connections to the north somehow through here where not through that property that's emergency access only, but if there are other connections coming in the future, if you have information about that and the timing of that, that might help as well to give another avenue out. But yeah, that might help me, but I'm kind of on the fence to a no. I think having apartments is additive overall, but have major still concerns about the circulation and the queuing. So that's just one person, but.
I would genuinely appreciate everyone's feedback, even if it's individually, so we know. I don't feel like I have a lot of options right now in order to address your concerns.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Gordon.
we've discussed this at length. Yeah, in fairness to you, I think we've described it, so it's probably this time for us to act. We've shared the perspective on this, so.
So can I ask again, if we seek a continuation to bring back a traffic study, is that a viable option? Is that a legal option for us tonight as opposed to a definitive vote? Or if we do vote and it's a nay, what are our options after that?
I'll let Mr. Neri answer the second question.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, so since this is a DA modification, I don't believe there's a time restriction like an application for annexation. So you could either, again, if the council wants to grant a continuance to get more information, that's fine. If the council wants to move forward, and if the vote were to deny the project, you can go get the traffic study and come back in 2 months.
Okay, so
It's just
we have the same
renoticing it.
option.
Yeah, so you're not barred like you would be in an initial application, like for annexation, where you're barred for a year from bringing back the same project. But it does cost noticing fees, refiling fees, all of the fees have to get repaid. So there is that expense that gets added to it. And again, the noticing takes around a month of 6 weeks. So that'd be the biggest difference.
But under a continuation, we could continue under the previous notice that we've done, the fees that we've paid,
Yes,
et cetera.
yes.
So reading the room, I'm not a doctor, but I'm not that dumb either. I feel like we should seek a continuation if that's appropriate or acceptable by the council, and bring back traffic information.
Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
I sat quiet all night. I haven't been supportive of this request. And I have terrible. I feel like that this has been an ongoing conversation. I think the council's been really clear. I'll just be very clear with you, probably for the first time in my career, I would support it. Just being clear.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
I move that we close the public hearing on H 2022-0057.
Second.
Have a motion second to close the public hearing. Is there discussion? If not, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
we've had lengthy discussion on this. The existing entitlements for the property and the pluses and minuses of how it's designed and laid out. I think the council, staff, and the applicant have provided us ample information to support some action right now without a continuance. The reasons stated on the record today, I move that we deny H 2022-0057.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to deny item H 2022-0057. Is there discussion? Not clerk, call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strater,
No.
Burnt, Perot.
Aye.
Cavanagh.
Aye.
Borton.
Four ayes, one no. Did I get that right? Just want to make sure. Okay. And the item is denied. Okay. Next item up is item 6, public hearing for Toronto Locust Grove subdivision, H 2022-0038. We will open this public hearing with staff comments.
Mr. Mayor, that application is the one that's supposed to be continued.
It is, we still have to open it. And are those the staff comments that we're making that the applicant is requesting for continuance?
It surely is. They're due to a clerical error of noticing on our behalf. We need to continue into next week.
Okay, thank you. Council, any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor.
Missionary.
I was just going to add for the record. So the notice that was mailed to the neighbors is correct, and the signs on the property are also correct. The notice on the agenda neglected to add the preliminary plat, I believe, was what didn't get noticed on the agenda. So it was noticed to the public. So most of the noticing was done. That wasn't, therefore we're asking for a continuance, but that's why we can open the hearing.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Neri. Is the applicant here? Assume not. Was there anybody here that came here for the purpose of providing testimony on this item this evening? Okay. Seeing no one, council, do I have a motion to continue this item?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
So we continue item number 6, H 2022-0038 to September 13th.
I have a motion and a second to approve this item to September 13th. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the item is continued to the 13th. Council, do you want to take a quick break for this last item, or you want to move forward? Okay, let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and we'll reconvene at 8 p.m. Council, we ready? Mr. Clerk, we ready? Okay. All right, we will go ahead and come back from recess. Next item on the agenda is a public hearing for Lavender Place subdivision H 2022-0036. We will open this public hearing with staff comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, good evening. As noted, this next application is for Lavender Place. It was part of Lavender Heights subdivision, which was approved in 2020. It was probably my first big plat with the city. This is just an extension of that. You also heard a development agreement modification for this portion of Lavender Heights subdivision earlier this year. The site consists of approximately 3.8 acres, currently zoned R40, located directly north of Discovery Park on the north side of East Lake Hazel, approximately a quarter mile east of Locust Grove. It is designated as medium high density residential in the future land use map, which they are complying with the overall density through both projects, or I should say through the whole project. The preliminary plat proposed or requested consists of 4 single-family attached building lots and 26 single-family townhome lots on 3.8 acres in the existing R40 for a total of 30 units. Conditional use permit is being requested to construct the townhome lots within the R40 zoning district. The applicant has also requested private street for the proposed single-family development, as well as 3 alternative compliance requests. One to the common drive standards, private street standards, and off-street parking standards. Lavender Place subdivision was annexed into the city in 2020, as noted. The subject site was approved with the R40 zoning district at that time. The applicant is proposing this project to be largely alley loaded, with all but 2 of the proposed units fronting on green space to comply with the private street standards. Subsequently, multiple detached sidewalks are included for added pedestrian access throughout the site. So the private street is essentially acting as the quote-unquote alley. With the proposed plat of 30 residential units and the requested land use of alley-loaded single-family attached and townhome units, the applicant is introducing a new housing type to this Lavender Heights development, as well as the immediate area. In addition, the proposed placement and site design offer great pedestrian connectivity to the nearby Discovery Park, which is again directly to the south across Lake Hazel. And it also has good access to the remaining open space and amenities within Lavender Heights to the north. According to the submitted concept elevations, the applicant is proposing to construct homes within this project of similar style to those within the parent development, Lavender Heights. This furthers staff's belief that the proposed subdivision complies with the comp plan as well as previous approvals. For the submitted parking exhibit, the applicant originally proposed to alternatively comply with the off-street parking standards by providing 18 parking spaces that will be designated for each unit. Each of the proposed residential units is shown with a 2-car tuck under garage, providing the required for the 2-bedroom units, but and meets the requirement of a 2-car garage for a 3-bedroom unit. However, due to the odd shape of the parcel, there's no room for the required driveway, basically, the parking pad. Instead, the applicant placed the parking spaces directly across the private street from each unit to minimize the distance homeowners would have to traverse to access their additional parking spaces. In addition to the 18 parking spaces designated for the residents, the applicant showed 7 additional guest parking spaces. Note that parking is prohibited on the private street due to its width, as well as along Lake Hazel because it's arterial, and along Bloomerang to the west, the collector street. So there is no local street available parking in and around this development. Staff found that the proposed alternative for the parking was one option to meet the intent of the off-street parking requirements when accounting for the required density of the development agreement, site constraints, and limited access for the site. However, staff did recommend a modification to that ALT request. Staff recommends that 1 parking space instead of 2 is allocated for each 3-bedroom unit. It is difficult to predict the number of cars each unit will produce, so staff finds it more prudent to offer the additional spaces as guest spaces for more flexibility. Again, it would increase the guest spaces from what was originally 7 up to 16, which would allow for more appropriate flexibility in their use for residents or future guests. One of the outcomes of the commission hearing was a recommendation by the commission to limit the number of bedrooms per unit for the whole plat to 2-bedroom and keep all of the off-street parking spaces as guest spaces. The applicant has not agreed with this recommendation and is requesting to comply with staff's recommended ALT alternative, as well as say, instead of 3 or 4 bedroom as the plat previously noted, that all of the I guess the units noted with a color would be 3-bedroom at max. Staff's other recommended site design was in regard to adding a micropath lot into the development to further the north-south connection through the project. Per this recommendation, the applicant did modify the plat to show this here. You can see it really well here. They added this micropath lot here, as well as modified some of the sidewalk connections here to create a more direct path to the arterial sidewalk and then the multi-use pathway connection that is going to be over by the future collector road to the east. Staff also had concerns with the placement of the driveways for lots 32 and 33 here at the entrance of the site. Staff was concerned that these substandard driveways would encourage residents to park in these areas, which would prohibit safe vehicular movement on the private street. The applicant revised the private street to add this little street knuckle here and reduce those driveways to 5 feet. And then I believe this one's is 6.5, which again, should help prohibit and not incentivize people to park in those areas. Staff does support this revision as well as the micropath addition. Commission heard these items on August 4th. There was no written testimony then. There has only been one piece of written testimony since from Mr. Palumbo, who's actually a Boise resident and noted concerns with Meridian development around Amity Road and South Meridian, and just noted a lack of planning foresight for a number of different projects. His comments did not seem very specific to this project. At the hearing, the key issues of discussion by the commission were this parking alternative and whether the unit should be limited to 2-bedroom, as well as safe access to Discovery Park and the concept of trash service within the private street. Again, the commission recommended removing the parking in the Hammerhead, which was not done, as well as limit all units to no more than 2 bedrooms to help with the parking and increase guest parking, which the applicant, again, is requesting to comply with staff's amended alternative compliance recommendation instead of the commission's. Those are the only 2 outstanding issues for council. With that, again, commission did recommend approval with those changes, and staff had previously recommended approval as well. I will stand for any questions should you have them.
Thank you, Joe. Council, any questions for staff?
Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
I'm just curious, in the staff report, you had the parking plan and it was like kind of color coded. Was that meant to just keep track of how many parking there were per 3-bedroom, or what was is there any rhyme or reason to that?
Councilwoman Strader, yes, ma'am. It's color coded. So the teal dot, this would be the parking space for that unit, orange, that unit, yellow, that unit the one in the staff report is the original, which was 2 per. And so they were color coded to that specific unit, which they're still showing here, but they're proposing it per my recommendation, which was 1 per, basically 1 per bedroom.
Right. And then just so I understand, the 48 by 25 unit ones that are further to the left that don't correspond to the dots, do those then have adequate driveways to support parking, or what's going on there?
Councilwoman Strader, you're talking about all of these?
Yeah.
Those are all 2 bedrooms. So they have a tuck under garage. So they comply with the off-street parking standards for a single family with 2 bedrooms.
Oh, Mr. Mayor, if it's okay, if I just sort of ramble.
Yep, keep going, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Strader.
Okay.
Great job.
All right. So those ones are like self-contained. So you feel good that those ones have enough parking within the garage. And they're, I guess, 2-bedroom. Okay. And so the 3-bedroom have the extra. I'm tracking it. I'm just trying to make sure I'm really accounting for each one. And then I see the 3 extra parking on the access drive. And so do those 2-bedroom units there have enough room in a garage as well?
Councilwoman Strader, I don't have the floor plans, but that's something that we would review at building permit submittal, and if this were to be approved, verify that there are no more than 2 bedrooms and that the garage measures 20 by 20 per our code. And that would be it.
Okay. All right. Thanks for walking me through that. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Pro.
Thank you. So along those same lines, with the common drive, If a vehicle were to go down there accidentally, how would they turn around and get, I mean, is it wide enough for say a 22-foot long dually to get stuck down there and turn around? If there's 3 vehicles parked in those spots, they have to back up? Can they?
Councilwoman.
What's the width of that common drive?
Councilman Pro, it's 20 feet per code. So that this would be like any other common drive in the city that is 20 feet wide, and there's no turnaround at the end if it's less than 150 feet in length, which this is not. So in anywhere in the city with a common drive, that's what they're going to have to do. They're going to have to back up.
Mr. Mayor, one more question.
Councilman Pro.
Thank you. So what happens if there is a delivery truck from RC Willie parked? How wide is that private drive? And I mean, moving trucks, delivery trucks, where would they go if they're trying to access a garage to not be in the way?
Councilman Perot, probably more of a question for the applicant, but it is 30 feet to, sorry, what is it? The private drive is 24 feet wide, and then there's 5 feet of apron. That's what our private street standards are. So that's why they're complying with that. So whatever that is, 34 feet from building garage face to garage face. So if a delivery truck drove in and parked somewhere around there, then yeah, you're going to have half the private street to go around, which frankly, on some of our local streets that are 30+ feet wide, you have the same issue.
Mr. Mayor.
Deputy Chief.
Councilman, Mr. Mayor and Councilwoman Pro, that is a turnaround down there. I required it. So down where the 3 dots are parallel with the Lake Hazel. Yeah, that is a fire department approved turnaround.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
I was talking about on the common drive. If a large vehicle went down, yeah, where would they turn around? If you have a big dually that's 23 feet long, and the road's 20 foot wide, how are they going to turn around?
Council, any additional questions for staff? Okay, then would the applicant like to come forward? You need to say your name and address for the record, please.
John Brecken Land Design, 6661 North Glenwood Street, Burn City. Have a short presentation, should help answer some questions about access and widths and so forth. So this is the last phase of Lavender Heights, phase 4. Phase 3 is just wrapping up construction and final plat approval. And click on the slides, Joe, or am I? Thank you. So just for reference here, you can see the future fire station there off the southeast corner of the property, and Discovery Park to the south, and how this odd shaped triangle piece lays in between that and the previous phases of Lavender Heights. This is a overall plan for reference, and I really appreciate staff's efforts to work with us on this project. We've put in a lot of hours with Joe actually, to help us, particularly on this phase, but also with the previous phases. You may recall when we first started this project, it was only about 90 lots and much larger lots, and it is now changed to what is before you, and we're about 191 lots overall. So I work with the city on achieving its density requirements, and that really plays into this final phase. Next slide, please. And here's just a overall one way we're meeting those density requirements. And some of the challenges to the site is that triangle shape. And a good portion of the site is part of the far lateral. Overall property size is 3.79 acres, and the far lateral piece there on the north is 1.36 acres. And so, depending on how you include that or not, we're either, gross density is 7.92, or if you don't count the far lateral piece, we're at a density of 12.34. In any case, got the 30 units, and it's really kind of a unique layout with a regional pathway along the north, along the far lateral there that extends over to the park on the south. On the other side of Lake Hazel, we've got good connectivity throughout. Lots of open space and pedestrian routes. The unique design of these units is that the front door actually faces outward towards the open space. Provides a much more appealing street view. And so the private street is really functions as an alley as far as access. And so it's really very compact and efficient, but functional. So this shows how we've complied with some of the previous requests. And you can see that a private street coming in is 25 feet wide. We do meet all the dimensional standards coming in and through. At one point on a previous concept, we had a big round turnaround at the end there where we're showing the hammerhead. And actually it was Mr. Bongiorno who came up with the suggestion to do the hammerhead turnaround so that we could maximize our density. Well, Joe helped us out quite a bit too, for sure, with the parking. But anyway, we appreciate these guys. They're good team players. Anyway, one thing I'd like to clarify here too, that this image clearly shows is how many units or how many bedrooms are in each unit. That was an item that came up during P&Z and wasn't very clear. In some of the previous conversations, there was discussion of 3 or 4 bedroom units. And I think that wasn't very clear. So anyway, this is a graphic to help explain that, because those number of bedrooms is directly tied to the parking. And the parking obviously is a concern. And I think it's a concern for all of us. But the 2 bedroom units are all designed. Actually, all these units are designed to have a 2-car garage. So the 2 bedroom units meet the parking requirement by having that 2-car garage. And then the 3 bedroom units, which we only have 2 and 3 bedroom units. There are no 4 bedroom units. 3 bedroom units have a 2-car garage. And then in addition, we're proposing 1 extra designated stall. And I've got another graphic to kind of, it's much more clear than that one that we had previously. So each 3 bedroom has 2-car garage and then a designated parking stall across the street. And just by having just a 1 designated stall across the street, you end up with 1 parking stall per bedroom throughout. Now, the 2 that are off on their own on the east side there at the end of the hammerhead turnaround, those have a 2-car garage and also your standard driveway in front. So they actually have an extra parking stall right in front. Here's a little graphic, shows how the hammerhead fits in there to meet those dimensional requirements. After looking at that, I think we could fine tune that for construction documents to make it fit a little bit better. And then this is, I think, very helpful too, to understand the dimensions, answers some of the, what does that look like, that alleyway? How constrained is that? Because looking at the plan view, it's kind of hard to tell, but you can see in the middle there, we've got the townhomes laid out, the buildings, and then there's actually 35 feet door to door in front of from garage to garage. So we've got the 25-foot roadway with a 5-foot concrete apron out in front of all those, and that's consistent pretty much throughout, except for the 2 units at the end of the Hammerhead turnaround. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is an updated graphic here to hopefully clear up any questions regarding parking and so forth. But this is where we agreed with Joe, and what he had proposed was, instead of having 2 designated parking stalls for each of the 3-bedroom units, just have 1. And you can see that the red dots signify 3-bedroom units and the associated designated parking stall across the drive. And then all the yellow dots would be guest parking, or just open parking essentially, right, for whomever. And that gives us more guest parking stalls. It also, in my mind, gives you plenty of parking because you have parking stall for each bedroom. And that leaves us, with 16 parking stalls as guest or flexible guest parking. Also, just for clarification, we did want to keep the 3 parallel parking stalls there on the Hammerhead turnaround because they don't conflict with that turnaround in any way, shape, or form. And we want 3 more parking stalls. So we're proposing just to keep those in there. Here's a elevation of the units, reference. That shows what they'd look like from the alley, with the garage facing the alley. And that's all I have. I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Council, questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
a few questions. Thank you. Okay, 2-car garage, 2 parking spaces. Are we talking about like truly enough space for 2 cars? Are you talking tandem? Like, I hope not. 2 regular sized cars can fit in these garages. I just want to make sure.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Schrader, no, these are 2 side-by-side parking or garages. And, and that was another thing that came up during P and Z. Where do the rollaway trash cans go? Well, those go in the garage too.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be clean.
Couple more quick questions. Thank you.
Councilman Schrader.
Okay, just want to double check. I'm assuming there's no parking on this little main road to the main entry, because I could see that being a big issue.
Correct, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Schrader, where it says main entry to the private drive, that would additionally be signed as no parking.
Got it. Okay, and then I actually, that answers my questions for now. Thank you. I can tell you put a lot of, it's a tough shaped spot. I can tell you put a lot into this.
Council, additional questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sure.
I did just want to clarify on the parking a couple of things. Originally, when we had come through and thought about this site, it was going to be multifamily, from my understanding. That's hence why we did the DA mod. And even then, at the time of the DA mod that we saw earlier this year, the applicant wasn't 100% sold on doing single family or not. If they weren't platting this, they would exceed the multifamily parking standard by quite a bit of spaces. And they could do exactly the same building footprints. So that's where the parking alternative compliance is pretty much only because they're choosing to sell off the units and add a truly townhome product in this area of the city. So that's why staff is supporting the alternative compliance request, because it is going to be essentially live like a multifamily project, but be a single family product. So that's why the parking wasn't that big of an issue for staff, because of those similarities between the multifamily and the detached single, or I should say single family.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Burnt.
Hey, John, walk me through, or at least provide some clarity with regard to these extra parking stalls across from these 3-bedroom units. And where I need you to focus is how you're going to guarantee that these 3-bedroom or these extra parking stalls will be available to these homeowners or to the folks who will be living in these individual units.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Burnt, the parking stalls that are designated for the unit would have signage. So it's, sign that says this is a designated parking stall for one of the homeowners. And if you're
associated with the individual unit that, pertains to the parking stall. Like, this is for this house.
correct, yes. And I don't know that we've talked through the details, what would be that on that sign specifically. But the intent certainly, and what I plan on is that it would be a very specific sign. It would, I'd probably say if you're not similar to what we see in other parking locations,
Right.
or if you're not supposed to be parking there, you're going to get towed.
Right.
And that this unit is specifically for, and list the address.
Yes.
So that everybody knows
Okay.
who exactly that's for.
Mr. Mayor,
That's one pro.
follow up on that question. So these units will be sold and privately owned, is that right?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Pearl, yes, they would be, so they're all individual lots. And so it's a similar to a single family home sold, but they're a townhome product. So they're kind of like they're shown on there on the plan. We've got 4 units touching each other wall to wall. So
So unlike an apartment complex where you have a property management company that's kind of regulating some of these parking challenges, the individual owner now doesn't have really any other entity to call or any recourse if somebody keeps parking in their spot. So how will the towing work, since there's not going to be any sort of management company that's kind of overseeing that? I mean, that doesn't leave the homeowner with much recourse if it's a repeat offender. I mean, who's going to pay for the towing? Hopefully the person who's poorly parked, but I mean, I'm not trying to borrow trouble here, but these are the kind of concerns we regularly hear. So just curious.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Perot, I can only speak to my experiences, parking in big cities and where there's parking that's heavily regulated. This phase will be part of the rest of the subdivision. So I think this would be something that would be detailed out in the CCNRs. I expect that we could make that happen so that if there is a parking issue, there is someone under contract to do the towing And if someone has a problem, they call the towing company and say, hey, somebody's in my parking spot. Can you tow them? I don't expect that to be, I can't imagine that's a big issue. Just something that needs to be clarified and included in the CCNRs.
Council, additional questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Joe?
This is Joe. Sorry. One more quick comment. I wanted to, Mr. Mayor, I wanted to comment on Councilwoman Strader's question. By city code, private lanes are to be marked no parking fire lane. So this whole section where there's not parking stalls will be signed no parking fire lane. So we as a city can ticket against that sign. So that's another recourse also. So if you have people that park in front of their garage and then just go into the house, we can ticket against that. So there will be signs from the main entry all the way through to that hammerhead, no parking fire lane. So we have that option as well.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Clark, do we have anyone signed up to provide testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor, nobody that indicated they wish to speak.
Okay, is there anybody present? If you'd like to come forward at this time, you'll be recognized for 3 minutes. Just state your name and address. And if you're online and want to provide testimony, please use the raise your hand feature. Yep, either one.
2015 East. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Todd McDermott and my wife Mindy, 2015 East Phenomenal Street in Meridian. And our property backs up to this development. So we'll see the front doors of this development. So anyway, I appreciate you giving me some time to speak. And I'll just say this is the fourth meeting we've been to for this development. And I appreciate the rigor and the questions and the discovery that you guys put into all this to make sure this is a great city to live in. So we've watched the developer make changes as changes were required, what's best for the city and what the council here has recommended. So we're very supportive of the project. I know parking was an issue. I've watched them change and adapt and add parking spaces. So I guess my major concern as a homeowner is I don't want to see something else go back here. I know this is infill. It's tough. It's a tough shape and it's tough to do these. But from what I've heard in past meetings that these types of housing products are needed. And so where it may not be perfect, it's in my view, it's better than a storage unit or something like that. So we're in support of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions? Okay, you're good. Thank you. Anybody else like to provide testimony? Seeing nobody online or in the audience, would the applicant like to make any final comments? Okay. Mr. Neri.
Could I ask the applicant one question, mostly for the CUP, just to make sure we can get it right and help planning? On these spaces that are going to be dedicated to the individual townhomes, are they going to be owned by the HOA or are they owned by the townhome?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Neri. I think we're open to city's preference.
Well, and here's why I raised that. If it's owned by the HOA and it's part of the CUP, and that is basically, it's like a common area maintenance that's going to be maintained by the HOA, enforced by the HOA, and those kind of things. That's something the CUP can use an enforcement tool to say, you need to be doing this. It's in your CUP. If it's private property, we're not going to do anything with it because now it belongs to that property owner. So they can they could pile up their storage out there or whatever. So I mean, I guess that's I don't know how to make it clear. Yes, CCNR could say no storage there. I get that.
Well, based on the plat, the way it's laid out, the parking stalls would be part of the common area.
Okay. Yeah, I think that would be easier from the planning side if they were to get complaints, like it's my neighbor that keeps parking in the parking space, not a stranger, not a visitor. It's my neighbor that keeps encroaching. There's a method to enforce that. That's why I asked. So thank you. I think that would be better.
As we've talked about having it as part of the HOA, CCNR.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sure.
just quickly confirm that looking at the plat right here, yeah, the parking spaces are part of the private street, so it's not private property.
Council discussion,
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
Joe, was there any unresolved language in the alternate compliance provisions of your staff report? Has that been worked out?
Councilman Borton, I did not modify, hold on, I'm trying to think now, I apologize. I believe I included the commission recommendation, which was the added condition for the 2-bedroom limit. So if council wants to strike that, you can just say strike that condition. I don't remember the number off the top of my head, but I can strike that. And then that would be the only one. Regarding the alternative compliance, staff already approved that, our version of it, which is 1 per bedroom basically. And that's already in there. So there's nothing outstanding.
Provision where there's disagreement between the applicant.
Correct, there's not.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
I don't know if this is something the applicant will want to respond to, but we've heard applications in the past where there's conversation about, usually in multifamily developments about using garages for storage instead of using them for parking. And there are not many storage unit facilities close to this. Maybe a couple near the freeway, probably a few on Eagle Road, Overland. But that's, if there were storage units closer to this, I'd maybe be less concerned, but that's another added element to how tight all of this is that there's not even, if the HOA had folks that were using the guest parking because they had personal items in their garage, there's not even any place really close for them to take them as an enforcement measure.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Schrader.
Yeah, I think one thing that makes me comfortable with this one, like this parking is super defined. So if you're a homeowner, you put yourself in that situation, you don't really have alternatives. I mean, you're going to put yourself in a situation where you don't have parking. So I don't know, I'm kind of sympathetic to it. I feel like it's in people's best interest to make sure their garage is clear because they're going to know like this is the exact parking you have. I think considering the dimensions of the site, I mean, to staff's point, we could have had a multifamily project here. Like this to me is so much better than anything else we could get here. I'm pretty supportive of it. I think they beat this parking to death and we just have to have faith that the homeowners are going to use their garages. If they don't, they're creating a huge problem for themselves.
Councilman Borton.
We've received all public applicant comment.
Yes.
I move we close the public hearing on H 2022-0036.
I have a motion second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
we approve item 7, H 2022-0036, to include all staff comments and conditions including the alternative compliance conditions. As set forth in the staff report, September 6th, 2022.
Have a motion, a second. Is there discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
does that include striking the commission's condition for the limitation on bedrooms per unit?
Mr. Mayor, it does. I believe staff was comfortable with that as well.
Agrees.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sure.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify to Councilman Perot's point. Are we going to add a plat condition or the CUP condition to add the towing piece into the CCNRs or no?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borden.
so I hadn't contemplated that, but I see a head nod. So quick discussion on that particular point. What exactly would be added in?
Are we allowed to dictate CCNRs?
Mr. Mayor, are you asking me?
I'm looking at Mr. Neri asking that question. Yeah,
So no, but it is a conditional use permit. So if one of the conditions to use this is that there be enforcement of those designated parking spaces for those designated residents, then they can work out with planning, what does that look like? Because the HOA may decide some other form of enforcement or something else. I don't know. So I think we just want some level of enforcement as part of the conditional use permit.
Thank you. I just want clarity that, because that's a whole nother world that I don't think we've gone in yet.
Right. Yeah, we cannot create conditions for CCNRs, but we can create a condition for the conditional use.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, the motion
Councilman Moore.
would include that principle.
Second agree? Second agrees. Is there further discussion on the motion with the two second agrees? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strater,
Aye.
Burnt, Perot,
Aye.
Borton.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries and the item is agreed to. Thank you. That moves us on to item 8, our ordinances. First item up is ordinance number 22-1990. I ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's an ordinance adding Meridian City Code, Section 9-2-210E regarding requiring installation and maintenance of water recycling systems for commercial car washes, adopting a savings clause and providing an effective date.
Council, you've heard this ordinance read by title. Is there anybody that like it read in its entirety? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pearl.
I move that we approve ordinance number 22-1990.
With suspension or no? On this one?
I would make just note on the record that, with the suspension of rules, we don't have to put in the title, but it'd be good for the record to be clear that that was the intent.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'll repeat that.
Councilwoman Pearl.
I move that we approve ordinance 22-1990 with the suspension of rules.
Second.
I have a motion, a second to approve item 8, ordinance number 22-1990 with suspension of rules. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strater,
Aye.
Burnt, Perot,
Aye.
Borton.
All ayes, motion carries. The ordinance is agreed to. Next item up is item 9, ordinance 22-1991. Ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's an ordinance amending Meridian City Code, Section 9434 regarding point of liability for maintenance of sewer line service, repealing conflicting ordinances and providing an effective date.
Council, you've heard this ordinance read by title. Is there anybody who would like it read in its entirety? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move
Councilwoman Pearl.
ordinance 22-1991 with the suspension of rules.
Second.
I have a motion second to approve ordinance 22-1991 under suspension of rules. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strater,
Aye.
Burnt, Perot,
Aye.
Borton.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries, and the ordinance is agreed to. Item 10 was vacated, so we will move on to item 11, which is ordinance number 22-1993. Ask the clerk to read this ordinance by title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ordinance pursuant to Idaho Code, Section 50-1002 and 50-1003, providing for a title of findings, providing for adoption of a budget and appropriation of $219,724,039 to defray the necessary expenses and liabilities of the city of Meridian in accordance with the object and purposes and the certain amounts herein specified for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2022, and ending on October 30th, 2023, to levy all such appropriate taxes and levies as authorized by law upon taxable property, and to collect all authorized revenue, to provide for a waiver of the second and third readings pursuant to Idaho Code Section 50-902, and providing for an effective date and the filing of a certified copy of this ordinance with the Secretary of State.
Thank you. Council, you've heard this ordinance read by title. Is there anybody that would like it read in its entirety?
Mr. Mayor. I don't want it read in its entirety, but I just want to make note for the record that the reason that the waivers in this particular ordinance is because it is the budget ordinance and it's required by statute. So.
Okay. With that, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor, continuing with the 1990s, it was a great decade. Ordinance number 2, I move that we approve ordinance number 22-1993.
Okay. I have a motion to approve ordinance number 22-1993. Is there a second?
Again,
A motion, a second. Is there discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Strater,
aye.
Burnt, Perot.
Aye.
Borton.
All ayes, motion carries, and the ordinance is agreed to. Council, anything under future meeting topics? Do I have a motion to adjourn? Motion to adjourn. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned.